Chapter 21. Third brother, sister-in-law, I have a business deal now. Do you know about herbal tea eggs? Li Yi said. He thought there were no herbal tea eggs in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji and Empress Wang nodded at the same time. Li Yi, there were herbal tea eggs now. Li Longji said. Usually when you boil tea, you add salt and ginger. When you are hungry, you boil the eggs inside. It tastes very good. Li Yi was enlightened. So it was like this. In ancient times, when you boiled tea, you added salt and ginger. When you were hungry, you boiled the eggs together with the tea. The herbal tea eggs were produced as a byproduct. It was just like boiled eggs and noodles in a hot pot. The ancient people were not stupid. When they were hungry, they couldn't make another pot to boil eggs. What about spiced beef, soy sauce beef, and smoked chicken? Li Yi asked from a different angle. The two shook their heads at the same time. They did not know what was in the eggs. Anyway, they were quite delicious. Li Yi was relieved. You can't throw in aniseed and cinnamon when boiling tea, right? What kind of smell was that? I want to make spiced eggs. The eggs can be boiled directly. The duck eggs have a fishy smell and need to be pickled. I will boil a batch of eggs tomorrow and record it. I will show you the account then, Li Yi said. He also knew the price. The current situation was special. 300 coins per bucket of rice. 1 bucket was 10 liters of rice. 1 liter of rice was 8 caddies of rice. 1 caddy was nearly 17 coins. Eggs were divided into different sizes. Basically, there were 10 eggs per caddy. 1 caddy was 16 taels and 660 grams. 1 caddy of eggs could not be cheaper than 1 caddy of rice. Then everyone would be eating eggs. According to the current situation of non-professional laying hens, eggs were 2 to 3 times the price of rice. Therefore, Li Yi planned to sell a spiced egg for 500 coins and a spiced duck egg for 600 coins. This thing was not for ordinary people to eat at all. Only the rich could enjoy it. For ordinary people, even if it was a boiled egg, they would not be willing to buy it at market price. Is it delicious? Empress Wang was the most direct. Let's eat and drink slowly. I'll cook first, Li Yi said, and then went to look for something. He didn't wait for tomorrow. Then he cooked eggs in a pot beside him. Inside he added soy sauce, salt, 5 spices, and tea leaves. 15 minutes later, he picked up 2 pairs of chopsticks. 1 pair of hands held the egg, while the other gently tapped on it, creating a texture. Li Yi's use of chopsticks surprised Li Longji and Empress Wang. It was too steady. Li Yi did not think much of it. No matter how bad he was at performing routine operations, he still had the basic skills of a doctor. If he couldn't even control his hands, how could he perform the surgery? It was just picking up and cracking eggs, not the kind that peeled the shell raw. When he knocked, he deliberately used a lot of force to break the membrane. Otherwise, it would take a long time for the color to come out. There were a total of 50 eggs. Li Yi cracked them all and threw them back into the pot to cook on high heat. The speed at which the flavor seeped in was very fast. Li Longji and Yi Zichen were not in a hurry to go to bed after eating. Today was a relaxing day for the two of them. It was time for a vacation. Li Yi chatted with Li Longji about everything: politics, culture, the current international situation, and the analysis of the main figures in the upper class of Tubo Turks. He talked openly, and Li Longji listened. Then Li Longji wanted to hold a small court meeting at this moment and call the ministers over to listen and analyze together. Empress Wang blinked her big eyes. She was not ordinary. Half of the credit for Li Longji becoming the emperor should go to her. She also knew a lot of things, but after listening to this uncle, she realized that she was still not very clear. Third brother, let me tell you, the tougher the Tang dynasty is, the more they compromise. They sent people here to test us. Why test us? The emperor has just dealt with Princess Taiping, and it gives people the feeling that politics is unstable. That's why the emperor set up a pear garden. What's his purpose? Singing and dancing to promote peace and prosperity. putting on a show for the world to see. The emperor is anxious now. The price of goods is high, and the combat effectiveness of the army has decreased greatly. So he has to appease the people and seize the time to change, especially the army. Believe it or not, I know what he's thinking. He wants to form a cavalry unit, and the most powerful of them should be the winged cavalry of the Yulin Royal Guards. This winged cavalry is not only good at riding, but also proficient in bows and crossbows. They belong to the light cavalry, and they pay attention to coming and going like the wind and running like shuttles. Li Yi blabbered. Li Longji's forehead was full of sweat. He was scared. In his heart, he said, "Damn, you can even guess what I'm thinking." For a moment, Li Longji wanted to kill someone and learn from Cao Cao to kill Yang Xiu, but he couldn't bear to do it. Brother Yi was too powerful, not to mention killing him. Even when he ate in the palace and found that the taste was not good, he felt empty when he thought of Brother Yi. That was why he brought the Empress to play today. When he saw Brother Yi, he felt at ease. Now he really felt at ease. Brother Yi was simply not human. Am I right, third brother, sister-in-law? Li Yi drank a little too much. His body couldn't withstand alcohol. Yes, uncle is right, Empress Wang praised. Uncle knows military affairs. Li Longji asked, Brother Yi, what's next? Li Longji's body was numb. He felt that he was facing an existence like Jiang Ziya or Zhuge Liang. For a moment, Li Longji realized that Prime Minister Yao Chong was even more useless than Brother Yi. The surrounding situation was very clear, and the situation within the country was also very clear. Why was it like this? Who did Brother Yi learn from? Gue Guzi? The chicken eggs are ready. Let's take them out and soak them for a night. They'll taste even better. Li Yi rubbed his face with his hands and got up to fish the eggs. He fished out 3, 1 for each person. Li Longji and Empress Wang blew on the eggs to cool them down. Li Yi put the cracked eggs on the table and pressed them down. The entire eggshell fell off, revealing the eggs with soy sauce inside. The two also learned how to do it. With a few moves, they peeled off the egg. When they ate it, Li Longji and Empress Wang found that compared to sauce beef and smoked chicken, the eggs tasted different. At dawn, Li Yi woke up from thirst. He drank a large cup of water and shook his head. Third brother and sister-in-law can drink too much. I almost drank until I blacked out. When he got dressed and was about to find third brother and sister-in-law to eat, he was told that the two had left half an hour ago. They didn't even eat breakfast before leaving. They came and went in a hurry. Li muttered and went to find something to eat. Today, Zhuangzi began to work in 3 shifts. They made bricks, selected coal, laid cement on the playground, dug a hole to lay the foundation, made a magical tool for reaping wheat, drove ducks to the river, enclosed the land, and released chickens. There were so many people in Zhuangzi, but it was not enough. Li Yi found charcoal and drew clothes. According to the system, clothes for work could not be robes. Especially when the wheat was harvested and threshed, it was easy to get injured. As for accidentally getting hit on the hands and arms, there was no risk of death. Li Yi could deal with this, but his skills were not good. There was no problem in reattaching a finger. As for restoring the original function, Li Yi expressed his regret. The people from the clothing store came and measured the people in Zhuangzi. They looked at the drawings given by Li Yi and said that they could make it. They even saved money. The people in Zhuangzi were in a bad mood. Why did they have to spend money to make clothes? They could make it themselves. Not only did Li Yi spend money, but he also paid more. Bring all the clothes here in 5 days. 1 day in advance. I will give you an extra 10% of your salary. Li Yi said to the people in the clothing store. The people in the clothing store agreed. A woman from a military family boldly said, Bring us the leftovers. Understood, understood. The people in the clothing store continued to nod. Chapter 22. Wang Laochi, you haven't made the new plow yet? In early May, in a village in Yunnan County, Someone ran to the craftsman Wang Laoqi's house early in the morning to shout. The person who was shouted had just eaten breakfast. He didn't dare to eat normally as he didn't have any food. Now that he was making curved plows, he was paid more and had an extra meal. Hearing the shout, he wasn't in a hurry. He took out the tools in an orderly manner. Laoqi, hurry up. After harvesting the wheat, we have to plow the fields and plant the other crops. The person was anxious. I know everyone is waiting. We won't delay you from plowing the fields. Wang Laoqi said slowly, I've already negotiated with the cows. How can I not be anxious? The person sighed. Then a smile appeared on his weathered face. I'll borrow a cow. I've agreed to feed it 1 liter of beans a day. With a new plow, you really don't need to borrow 2 cows. The person who came up with the new plow is very capable. Wang Laoqi praised sincerely. He had been a plow his whole life, but he didn't think of the current plow. Not only did it save materials, it also worked faster. That's right. There's also a dustpan for harvesting wheat. Someone used it to cut weeds, and a piece of grass was scooped into the dustpan. The person who came talked about the magical tool for harvesting wheat. His murky eyes showed his yearning for life. Wang Laoqi said as he worked, there are still capable people in the imperial court. Have you been harvesting wheat? Why don't I? No need. I've asked blacksmith Feng to make a knife. I can do it myself. The person who came refused. Harvesting wheat was simple and didn't cost money. Yunnan County was like this, so were the other 21 counties. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi was ready to harvest the wheat. The sun had been shining for the past few days, so the wheat could be harvested 2 days in advance. The previous 10 tenants had already signed the contract. From the original tenancy, they became attached. They were afraid that after Li Yi finished, he wouldn't want them anymore. If the adults went to be tenants, what about the children's studies? Therefore, they signed a contract to sell themselves and received a monthly salary, just like the others. On the other hand, the stewards, the male servants, and the female servants signed a death contract. The master bought them, raised them, and they worked. If the master was happy, he would reward them. However, the allowance that Li Yi gave them was several times more than that of others. Each and every one of them had a small fortune. Under the arrangement of Steward Songda, Li Yi held a sacrificial ceremony for the harvest. He thanked the heavens and whoever he thanked. Li Yi was in a very good mood. His system page kept adding +1, +1, +1. He was very satisfied. +1 was not a lot, but it was a lot of times. The total lifespan was 9,578 hours, which was 798 hours per day. With a heart full of gratitude, the ceremony was completed. Songda shouted. The people in the village who could harvest wheat picked up the divine weapon and opened it with a schwa, schwa, schwa sound. Scholars, children, people from the Zhang family village, and people from the imperial plantation next door all gathered around to watch. The person who bought the soy sauce and asked someone to send the soy sauce away also watched. At first, everyone was not used to it, so they took turns. As he worked, he found the trick and became more and more familiar with it. Li Yi took the lead. The onlookers looked on and tried to find extra divine artifacts to help collect them. After an hour, Li Yi stopped playing. He was tired. I have to work hard for all the divine artifacts. I want a combined harvester. Li Yi mumbled as he wiped his sweat. His whole body was sticky. Dongzhu Zhuangzi. Everyone's rent has been collected. The rent is not good. Songda waited for Li Yi to stop working and reported in a low voice. As he spoke, Songda's eyes revealed a trace of pride. It was not because of the bad silk, but because the wheat had not been harvested and the rent was easily collected. Rich, Zhuangzi was rich. I trust Steward Song to do things. Li Yi praised. In fact, he did not care about the rent at all. Zhuangzi not only made money from soy sauce, but also made a lot of money from spiced eggs. There were still many rich people in Chang, and they did not eat eggs but status. There were also merchants who bought soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs to sell elsewhere. Yes, the spiced tea egg. Li Yi named it 100 boiled round eggs. He could not tell anyone about the spiced tea and the spiced tea. What if someone else researched it based on the name? Brother E, I brought people to help you collect the wheat. Li Qingqi's voice came. A large group of people brought their own harvesting divine artifacts. Without any instructions, they joined the harvesting team. According to the current manpower, all the wheat could be harvested before dark tonight. Thank you, big brother. Have you eaten? Li Yi asked casually. I was just about to tell you. Quickly cut the pig ears into a plate. Let's drink. Li Qingqi did not hide it at all. Li looked up at the sun. There was still some time before noon. Drinking now. Therefore, he went back to his kitchen and took out 2 braised pig ears. He cut them into shreds and mixed them with scallions and chili oil. Oh, there was also the coriander that had just sprouted from the ground. It was now called coriander. After pouring 2 bowls of 20% wine, Li Yi frowned and took a sip. He said, Big brother, has the farm been settled properly? Someone will take care of it. I don't need to care. Li Qingqi took a sip of wine and chewed on the pig ears. After he swallowed, he said, Brother E, after harvesting the wheat, it's time to threshing, right? Li Yi understood the purpose of his big brother asking for help today. He wanted to see the threshing by hydraulic power. Big brother, tomorrow morning. My threshing by hydraulic power can also be stepped on by humans. It requires iron, at least 5 caddies of iron per grain. The rest can be replaced by wood. Li Yi made it clear first. It was good stuff, but it was just scrap iron. Li Qingqi picked up the pig ears. How is it compared to the past? It's fast. Usually, if you have a stone mill at home, you can use the stone mill to grind the grain. If you don't have a stone mill, you can only use a flail. My method is more than 100 times faster, but it also requires a shovel. Li Yi told everyone how to deal with the wheat. Not everyone had a stone mill. 100 times? Li Qingqi didn't listen to anything else. You will know when you see it tomorrow. Li Yi didn't want to say more. Seeing is believing. He didn't buy this technology from the system. He knew it. When he was young, he used to step on the wheat with his feet and didn't let go. He let the equipment beat the grain down. Okay, I will drink with brother E tonight. Li Qingqi looked like he wouldn't leave tonight. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the sun slowly set. The people in Zhang family's village looked at the sky and smiled when they saw the gorgeous sunset. It would still be sunny tomorrow. All the wheat in the field was harvested and piled up in bundles. The steamed biscuits they ate at noon were already gone. The workers picked the grains and grass on their bodies, washed their hands, and prepared to eat. Food was always available and provided 24 hours a day. The women who cooked worked in 3 shifts. When they saw that the vegetables were gone, they would cook and put the food on the trough for people to eat. Dinner was the most sumptuous. There were braised pork, tofu, and no wild vegetables. The rice was steaming hot. There were also fried, salted fish and black bean sauce. The wild vegetable and egg soup was placed on the table. This wasn't specially made for today. It was part of Zhuangzi's daily life. With money, he bought pigs, beans, and fish. He was too busy to fish in the Bar River. Then, Zhuangzi drove the surrounding industries. The villagers dug up tasty wild vegetables and caught fish and sent them to Zhuangzi to sell. Seeing the food, the workers didn't feel tired anymore. They ate so well every day. How could they dare to dream before? Guan Yi, what's wrong with your arm? Why didn't you say anything? Let's go and find Dongzhu. During the meal, a woman who was helping to carry the food saw a man bleeding from his arm and a hole in his clothes. She dragged him to Li Yi's house. The man smiled bitterly. I'm eating. I don't want to disturb Dongzhu. I want to talk to him after the meal. What did Dongzhu say? If you have an injury, you must tell him immediately. You are disobedient and dare to talk back." The woman reprimanded. The rest of the group followed him. Chapter 23. Li Yi was indeed eating, gnawing on pig trotters and drinking with his brother. Dongzhu, Guan, he has a big cut on his arm." "It looks scary," someone shouted outside. "Come in." Li Yi put down the pig trotter and ran to wash his hands. Guan, he was brought in. His coat had been taken off, revealing his arm that was casually bandaged with a cloth. Blood was dripping down. "Let's go to the treatment room." Li Yi looked at the bandaged area and the speed of blood dripping. He was relieved. "It's okay. He won't die." Everyone in Zhuangzi knew about the treatment room. More than 30 people had come in to treat their wounds. They were all superficial wounds, such as cuts, broken nails, and scalds. As for fever, typhoid, and cough, they could be cured with medicine. Li Yi followed them in. He had seen Li Yi treat wounds twice. It was so satisfying that he could treat them in such a way. The treatment room was indeed a treatment room. Li Yi gritted his teeth and exchanged 800 hours of his life for the things inside. Every doctor dreamed of being a divine doctor. Unfortunately, he was far behind his peers in the past. When he came to the Tang dynasty, he felt that he was far ahead of his peers in the state capital. If someone in Zhuangzi was sick or injured, it was not a big deal to ask others for money, but it was a big deal to lose face. Li Yi untied Guan Yi's bandage. Blood immediately gushed out. Li Yi was not in a hurry. He debrided the sore, injected anesthetic, and sutured it. After 20 stitches, he put on gauze and wrapped it again. He injected a tetanus shot. "Don't eat spicy food, don't drink, and don't touch water. Come to me tomorrow at this time to change the bandage." Li Yi habitually gave medical advice. He missed it so much. I know, Dongzhu." Guan Yi smiled foolishly and nodded. Everyone went out. Li Yi tidied up and came out to continue eating the pig trotters. Guan Yi went out and showed his arm to others. He puffed out his chest and raised his chin to show others the bandage. He gave others the feeling that he was not being treated, but was treating others. Seeing him like this, Zhuangzi's people also showed a proud look, especially to those people brought by Li Qingqi. "Did you see that? Our Dongzhu's medical skills are superb. If someone is sick or injured, they will all be treated by Dongzhu. The last time I coughed, Dongzhu gave me medicine. After 2 days, I spit a few mouthfuls of phlegm and I'll be fine." Someone in Zhuangzi said to the helpers. Sure enough, the other party showed an envious look. Dongzhu was an amazing doctor. He did not need to spend money to treat patients. They were both in Zhuangzi, but she could go to Dongzhu when she was sick. Oh my God. And looking at the situation, with Li Yi and Dongzhu's abilities, they should be medical doctorates. Brother Yi, your medical skills. Sigh. Li Qingqi shook his head and sighed. He believed that Li Yi's medical skills could enter the palace and manage the entire imperial medical department. Unfortunately, Brother Yi's ability was not only limited to medicine. When other doctors, physicians encountered the same wound, they would apply ointment and wrap it up. When it came to Brother Yi, it was stitched up. The bandages were all different, and they looked so clean and white. When others bandaged the wound, they would say, "If there's no fever, then there's nothing serious." What about Brother Yi? He did not mention anything about fever at all. He just told the farmer to come back tomorrow and see if the bandages needed to be changed. The first 2 times he saw Brother Yi treating wounds, he did the same. There was a big cut on the foot and it looked scary. In the end, after Brother Yi cleaned up, he was alive and kicking again in less than half a month. It seemed that Brother Yi did not care about those injuries at all. Also, the tools and medicine in Brother Yi's room were not available in the Imperial Medical Department. Thinking of this, Li Qingqi suddenly felt no regret. At least he knew Brother Yi. If he was sick in the future, he could go to Brother Yi. Big brother, drink. Li Yi saw his big brother in a daze and urged him to drink. Li Qingqi came back to his senses and drank the wine. After a mouthful of wine, he slowly exhaled. Brother, if other people are sick, can they come to you? Big brother, it's fine as long as you know them. If you don't, then forget it. Li Yi chose the patient. He also wanted to treat all the patients in the world, but he did not have the ability. Can intestinal abscess be treated? Li Qingqi asked a serious question. At least, he thought that if this intestinal abscess was treated, the possibility of survival was very small. Even if there was medicine, less than 1 in 10 people could survive. Li Yi nodded indifferently. Yes, it's easy to treat. It was just appendicitis. Unless it was a special case of appendicitis, everything else was not a problem. Appendicitis was a grade 1 surgery among the grade 4 surgeries in medicine. It was the simplest, and it was classified as wound debridement. Uft! Li Qingqi spat out a mouthful of wine and coughed. Intestinal abscess is easy to treat. After coughing, Li Qingqi almost shouted. Of course, it's not a serious illness. Li Yi still had a relaxed expression. What about tuberculosis? Li Qingqi asked another serious question. Tuberculosis? It's a little troublesome. It's easy if you just get it, but after a long time, you have to take medicine for a long time. Li Yi frowned. He needed to exchange his life for the medicine for tuberculosis. If it was in the late stage or the tuberculosis was too large and required surgery, he could not do it. Of course, as long as the other party was not afraid of death, he would dare to do it. Anyway, if he lived, it was his medical skills. If he died, it was fate. There was no need to trouble the doctor. Li Qingqi was speechless. He heard it clearly. Little brother, Yi said that it was troublesome and that he had to take medicine for many days. What was troublesome? Troublesome meant that it could be treated. He did not give up and asked again, Difficult labor, little brother, hey? As long as it's not a special case such as amniotic fluid embolism or heart complications, I can give birth to a normal patient. Li Yi guaranteed that if it was a cesarean section, there was a high chance of success. If there was a small chance, it would still be fate. The premise was that he had enough life to buy equipment and medicine. Otherwise, he could not do anything. Li Qingqi picked up the wine bowl and drank the remaining half of the wine. However, he was very conflicted. Little brother, Yi, you're a man. Why do you know about women's illnesses? You can solve difficult labor, but what about women? No, Li Qingqi automatically ignored the words amniotic fluid embolism and wondered if he should ask little brother Yi for help if his woman had a difficult labor. For a moment, it was difficult to make a choice. Li Yi understood what his brother was thinking at a glance. He shook his head and did not say anything. He drank wine and ate pork trotters. Li Qingqi could not get over it and simply asked about other illnesses. Li Yi answered and introduced them one by one until he finished drinking and rested. Li Qingqi lay on the comfortable bed and recalled. He realized that after listening to so much, he still did not understand. The only thing he understood was that little brother, Yi seemed to be able to treat any illness. When the sun rose again, some of the people in Zhuangzi had already finished eating. Food was served 24 hours a day. Those who woke up early and wanted to work went directly to the big restaurant to find food. The women who worked in the middle of the night fried youtiao, made soy milk, and served it with pickled vegetables. The people who came had a good meal and turned to work. The people who helped work yesterday also huddled in the shed to sleep. When they woke up, they saw fried noodles, soy milk, and tofu pudding. All of them wished that they could be a member of Zhuangzi. They could eat good food every meal, be treated by Dongzhu when they were sick, and be able to study. It was like a dream. The children got up and prepared to go to school after eating. There was an extra fried egg. After eating it happily, they lined up to sing to school. When Li Yi and Li Qingqi rushed over, Li Longji and Empress Wang also ran over. The two of them greeted Li Qingqi as the younger brother and sister-in-law. Li Qingqi tried his best to act like the older brother. Little brother Yi, I heard that you used a water wheel to remove the wheat grains today. Li Longji took a bite of the braised tofu pudding and asked about business. After dinner, third brother and I will go and see. Li Yi was eating wonton. It was not popular in the Tang dynasty now. There were also some called soup pancakes and soup dumplings. Uncle, do you have candy? I am willing to put the candy I took from your house in my tofu pudding. Empress Wang requested. Li Yi. Was the battle between the salty and the sweet starting? Chapter 24. On the bank of the Bar River, 5 water wheels were rotating. Each water wheel was connected to 3 connecting rods. The connecting rods moved with the rotation of the water wheel, giving people the feeling that they were extending and contracting. In front of each connecting rod, there was an old-fashioned rice threshing machine from Li Yi's time. The threshing machine was connected by several wooden bearings and connecting rods. The most crucial part was a hollow barrel made of wooden planks. On top of each wooden plank was an iron wire ring. When it rotated, these rings would be used to beat down the rice or wheat grains on the stalk. In addition to the threshing machine that was driven by the hydraulic system, there were also 2 foot-operated machines. A large group of people were watching. Zhuangzi's people were very unhappy. How could they let others see their treasures? But they had no choice. Dongzhu allowed others to see. Zhuangzi's craftsmen checked the equipment and dripped soybean oil on the shaft and connecting rods to lubricate them. You can also use other vegetable oils. Li Yi introduced them to his big brother and third brother. Li Longji and Li Qingqi expressed that they understood. The axle of the water wheel they were riding in also had to be dripped with oil. Otherwise, the wood would be burned by the grinding. Of course, the water wheel didn't need to do that. The water wheel had water as lubrication. However, the axle of the water wheel had to be soaked in oil before it was used. Everything was ready. Li Yi personally picked up a handful of wheat stalks. He went to the foot-operated threshing machine and stepped on it. The connecting rod moved, causing the wooden barrel to rotate. He put the wheat stalks and his hand on it. Crackling, rumbling, rumbling, the threshing machine sound and the sound of wheat grains being beaten down sounded at the same time. After a few breaths, a handful of wheat grains on the wheat stalks were beaten down. Li Yi took another handful of wheat stalks and repeated the operation. Crackling, rumbling, rumbling, it was solved again. Li Longji personally learned from Li Yi and operated another foot-operated threshing machine. After a few times, he put down the wheat stalks and stood there without saying a word. Start, Li Yi ordered. The 15 people guarding the threshing machine connected to the threshing machine at the fastest speed when the connecting rod of the water wheel reached over. In fact, it was just a loop that was put into the protruding part of the rod, and then the water wheel would drive the thresher on the connecting rod to operate. One person stood in front of each threshing machine, took a handful of wheat straw from someone else, and put it on the threshing machine to remove the grains. One person passed it to the other, and the other hit it. Their coordination was very good, and their speed was very fast. For a moment, the entire riverside was filled with crackling and rumbling sounds. The other spectators looked on in a daze. Some had their mouths wide open. Some had their eyes wide open. Some were scratching their ears and cheeks, and some were clenching their fists. None of them dared to speak for fear of offending the sacred scene. Li Longji raised his head, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. Empress Wang pursed her lips, and her eyes turned red. The people watching from Zhuangzi tried their best to stand up straight. At this moment, the glory belonged to their Dongzhu. A moment later, Li Yi broke the silence. Big brother, third brother, can you make this thing with 5 caddies of iron? Ah, Li Qingqi was startled. Then he nodded his head vigorously. Yes, it's worth 50 caddies of iron. It can be done so fast. Third brother, the Tang dynasty doesn't need to spend a lot of manpower on threshing anymore. Li Longji punched the palm of his other hand. Treasure, the treasure of the Tang dynasty. This thing can be shared by several families, or even more than a dozen families. 5 caddies of iron is not much. Big brother, Third brother, if there is no iron, bamboo can also be used. But after it wears out, it needs to be replaced with bamboo strips. It's best to cut the bamboo tube horizontally and fix it on top. Li Yi said as he thought of a way. There was no circle made of iron wire. Old bamboo was cut out in circles and connected to the wooden barrel board with the method of riveting. The result was not bad. Good idea. Brother Yi is a genius. Li Longji reached out and touched Li Yi's head. Li Yi also touched it. Empress Wang naturally rubbed Li Yi's hair. Li Yi, he tied his hair again. It was long and almost reached his shoulders. Puff! Zhang Shao, the village chief of the Zhang family village, came to Li Yi and knelt directly. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Get up. Li Yi stepped aside and reached out to help him. Zhang Shao turned and continued to kneel. Li Dongzhu, what do you want? Anything that the Zhang family village can offer will be given to you. Alas, I don't want anything. You can ask someone to learn it later. Li Yi said and went to help him again. Zhang Shao was stunned. Until he was helped up, he still stared at Li Yi in disbelief. Li Yi turned his head and said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, Big brother, third brother, please help to promote this thing. Brother Yi, you don't want any benefits? Li Longji stared at him. Of course, why wouldn't I? Li Yi said. Then he said, the benefit I want is to be in a good mood. In the Tang dynasty, there is no cold everywhere. There are tens of thousands of buildings. The summer is cool and the winter is warm. The old can raise the children to smile. Okay, Brother Yi, I believe you. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder again and again. Li Qingqi nodded and agreed. If it were someone else who said this, he would have slapped him. Why are you so noble? But brother, Yi must be right. Because before brother Yi said this, he did it. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi raised scholars. He gave meat to the villagers every meal, made beautiful clothes and school bags for the children, and studied together. When they fell sick, brother Yi would do it himself. When others came to Zhuangzi to sell things, Zhuangzi would always give a high price. Brother Yi brought out all kinds of good skills and never said anything in return. Li Dongzhu, you said you would give it to us for free. Zhang Shao finally recovered. His face was pale and he was sweating. He asked in an uncertain tone. Li Yi said in his heart, how can I give it to you for free? If everyone uses it, I can increase my lifespan a lot. Although he was thinking about it, he still asked, Village Chief Zhang, do you have a copper coin? Ah, yes. Zhang Shao didn't know what Li meant and took out 1 copper coin. Li took it and said, 1 copper coin. I'll sell this method to your village. Zhang Shao was stunned again and then bowed deeply. Li Dongzhu, if you have any orders in the future, the Zhang family village will not dare to disobey. The other merchants who came to buy soy sauce were tempted. It was a good thing. What was this thing? It threshed wheat as if it was flying. Wheat was fine, but rice was even better. With this treasure, they didn't need stone rollers or flails. They stepped on it with their feet, and a lot of wheat fell down. How much labor was saved? They didn't need to waste so much time and energy. They could do other work for the rest of the time. Compared to flails, 1 person with this treasure was equal to 100 people. As for stone rollers, they didn't need animals to pull them. It was simply terrible. If the animals were tired, they would eat more. If there was a river near the village, they could set up a water wheel, and everyone in the village could use it. Everyone looked at the threshing machine. They were even more shocked than the people in Li Yi's village when they first saw the combined harvester. The water wheel turned slowly, and 15 water-powered threshers kept threshing the wheat. The people in Zhuangzi felt very proud of their work and had a sense of superiority. As for the other 2 threshing machines, there were also some farmers who came over and stepped on them to use. The others carried the wheat stalks over, and the threshed ones were taken away to clean up the field. There were only a few small pieces of foam, and it was much easier to clean up than the crushed ones and flails. The others looked on enviously and waited for Li Yi to take out the production method. The scholars and students were also watching the show. They were stunned and tongue-tied. They turned their heads and began to think about how to write an article to praise, because there would be more wheat flour to eat. During the summer harvest, Zhuangzi wouldn't sell grain. Naturally, everyone would eat it. Moreover, it had already been decided that after the wheat was planted, they would plant rice. The rice harvest was white rice. Therefore, they had to praise Dongzhu. They had to praise him to the heavens and let everyone know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live in a house for free and eat for free. They had to be loyal to the ruler. They couldn't let Dongzhu's heart turn cold. Chapter 25. The water wheel was still spinning. Li Yi listened to the sound of the threshing machine and felt that it was too noisy. But in the ears of others, the same sound was so beautiful. There wasn't a single person who didn't know how useful this divine artifact was. In the past, the family would farm from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. There were those who collapsed from exhaustion from plowing the fields, those who collapsed from exhaustion from harvesting, and those who fell sick after harvesting. However, things were different now. There were many good things. There was a new curved plow after plowing the fields. With just one cow and one man, they could plow 3 to 4 mu of land in a day. The large dustpan used for harvesting wheat could be swept out easily. Now, there was actually such a heaven-defying item that shouldn't have appeared in the world. How many people had it saved? They didn't have to worry about the wheat and rice being damaged by the rain. They also didn't have to worry about people collapsing in the middle of the work. This item is made of wood and is worn out. It needs to be replaced with more parts. Li Yi shouted loudly so that his voice could be heard above the noise. He pointed out the flaws. Using the principle of lever and gear, there was no metal bearing. The wooden parts were easily damaged. When everyone heard this, they didn't care at all. Wasn't the water wheel made of wood? Weren't the wheels made of wood? If they made more, they could remove and replace the parts that were damaged. It was better than using rollers and chains. Li Yi looked at everyone's expression. No one felt that the item was bad. He shouted again, "Near Zhuangzi, after harvesting the wheat, you can come over and threshing it. It's free." Hua! Discussions broke out. The people in Zhuangzi felt their hearts ache. Why should they let others use their things for free? To borrow a mill, one had to give grain. To borrow a cow, one had to give it grain. Moreover, one had to feed the cow well. There, Zhuangzi's water wheel and threshing machine should also be charged. The others didn't think so. Upon hearing that it was free, the people in Zhuangzi were the most tempted. It was troublesome to make it themselves, and even more troublesome to make the water wheel. It wouldn't take much effort to transport the grains over and bring them back. The eunuch in charge of the imperial plantation looked at the emperor, empress, and King Song. He wondered if he should come over when the imperial plantation harvested the wheat. As soon as the eunuch had this thought, he heard Li Longji speak. "Brother Yi is truly a kind person. If only the imperial plantation above could also make water wheels and threshers for the neighbors to use." The eunuch was enlightened. Not only could he not use Li Yi's things for free, but he also had to make them for others to use. Li Qingqi chimed in, "Third brother is right. It's all because of Zhuangzi. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi has raised a lot of people and made a lot of money. The imperial plantation," he shook his head. The eunuch's heart instantly turned cold. "King Song, did I offend you? Are you trying to push me to my death? Li Yi's Zhuangzi is powerful, but aren't you all brothers with him? I'm just a eunuch. You want to compare me with him? Should I compete with Prime Minister Yao Chong again? How could anyone bully someone like that?" When the eunuch saw that the emperor was deep in thought, he felt unwell. "Emperor, your majesty, you can't be serious, right? Li Yi has soy sauce to sell, but I don't. Why don't you squeeze me dry instead?" At this crucial moment, the eunuch was quick-witted. He walked up to Li Yi and said, "Li Dongzhu, why don't the imperial plantation cooperate with the Li family Zhuangzi?" Shua. Li Yi retreated 5 steps as quickly as he could and looked at the eunuch warily. He refused. Cooperate with a eunuch? How could he explain himself if he was pushed to his death? Li knew that there was something fishy going on in the imperial plantation. If he made money for the palace, the people in the imperial plantation would take advantage of him. If he cooperated with the imperial plantation, how could his Zhuangzi escape? Li Dongzhu, what do you mean by this? The eunuch was taken aback. It wasn't easy for me to come up with a solution, so why are you hiding so far away? Oh, the imperial plantation is too busy and can't be bothered with other things. Please forgive me. Li Yi clasped his hands. The eunuch's face was full of resentment, as if he had been ruthlessly abandoned. Brother Yi, the cooperation isn't urgent. I want to take away 2 threshing machines. Third brother, what do you think? Li Qingqi said. He wanted to take one of the threshing machines powered by water and the other by foot, but he had to ask the emperor first. Okay. Li Longji nodded. He would take it back and dismantle it. He would ask someone to learn how to make it and use it in the capital office first. He would learn how to make a few useful things in other places. Songda, bring the prepared 2 threshing machines over. Li Yi ordered the steward. The steward shouted and someone pushed a cart over. It was a flatbed cart with wooden wheels. It followed the cement road. Zhuangzi's main road to the Bar River was a cement road that led all the way to the sports field. Transportation was convenient and there was no need to worry about mud. It was also easy to clean when it snowed in winter. Li Yi even wanted to make a pedal tricycle if it wasn't for the fact that his smelting and manufacturing skills were not up to standard. There were 2 pieces of equipment on the flatbed cart. One of them had a stack of paper on it. Li Yi picked it up and handed it to Li Qingqi. Big brother, this is the blueprint. Li Qingqi took it with both hands. After thinking for a while, he handed it to Li Longji. Third brother, you take care of it. Li Longji was satisfied. Good things must be kept in his hands. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, why don't we go to the manor and have lunch before leaving? Li invited. No, I'll go back and find someone to make it now. Li Longji refused. He couldn't leave the imperial court. A group of people carried the equipment and left. The people who came to buy soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs also received a blueprint. They discussed among themselves what to do. The eunuch of the imperial plantation continued to complain and ran back to the imperial plantation with his blueprint. Zhang Shao, the village chief of Zhang village, didn't ask for the blueprint. He said that the craftsmen in the village couldn't understand it because he couldn't understand it after flipping through it a few times. His request was simple. The villagers came to threshing, and when the harvest was over and no one was using it, he would take it back and dismantle it. The people in Zhuangzi carried the wheat and threshed it. Songda sold it. The pigs that came were penned up one by one. Which family's pigsty was together. The village didn't buy chickens and ducks anymore. There were too many of them. They had been buying chaff and grass. The poor people didn't have chaff, and it was all eaten. Even so, sometimes it wasn't enough. The rich people had more land at home. They used it to feed the animals and the servants. Li Yi bought it in Zhuangzi. The price was 10% higher, so the rich people sold it to him. The poor people took advantage of the grass and collected it to trade for grain in Zhuangzi. Li Yi's lifespan would increase by 1 or 2 years. Trading was a form of trade. Zhuangzi could feed the chickens and ducks with grass, but other people could live better lives with grain. Now that they were buying pigs, they could get a 15% discount. If they bought 100 boiled eggs, they could get a 20% discount. With a 20% discount, a spiced tea egg was still 400 coins, which was more expensive than a bucket of rice. The duck eggs were still pickled and hadn't been cooked yet. Seeing that the summer grain was harvested, the price of grain would fall. There was also more chaff, which was just right for the pigs. They stored a lot of manure and straw for the biogas pool in the winter. The flop sale began. Li Yi strolled back to the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Li Longji hurried back to the imperial city with the things he needed. Li Qingqi went to his mansion. Empress Wang went to the harem and told the palace maids and eunuchs about what happened today. Li Longji didn't enter Zichen Hall. He missed the meeting time. He had people carry things to Xingqing Hall. The important ministers would meet Li Longji here. At the moment, the ministers were working. The emperor didn't have morning court, so the ministers were in a bad mood. How could the emperor run out for no reason? He even brought the empress with him. Your Majesty, you've changed. You used to call the 3 ministers here. Oh, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Finance, and the Junior Supervisor, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher's eyes were fixed on the 2 things he had never seen before. Hearing His Majesty's order, he quickly went to call for them. A moment later, 5 people arrived. Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and Lu Huaishan. The 3 prime ministers walked in front. Wei Zhigu, who had just been moved from the position of prime minister to the position of Minister of Works, walked behind with his head lowered. Last was the junior supervisor of the Minister of Finance, Yuan Qianyao. The 5 people first cupped their hands in greeting to Li Longji. Then they turned their heads and looked at the 2 things. Chapter 26. Your Majesty, what is this? Yao Chong was the first to speak. Other than the emperor, he had the highest authority here. Zhang Shua did not seem to be in a good mood. Wei Zhigu was in an even worse mood. No one would be happy to be demoted. Lu Huaishan did not mind. He would listen to whatever Yao Chong said. Yuan Qianyao was interested. The imperial secretariat probably had work to do. He had helped the Sitong Temple build many curved plows and reaping tools. He could tell what kind of tool this was. Thus, he went forward and saw a place that he thought was quite interesting, so he stepped on it. Crack! Crack! Everyone was startled when they heard the sound. Yao Chong seemed to have found the trick. He pulled Yuan Qianyao to one side and stepped on it himself. Kacha! Kacha! Rumble. The tube started to spin. Everyone saw it, but they did not know what it was for. They all looked at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled and asked, Do you know how wheat and rice fall off the stalk? The 5 of them looked at each other. How did it fall off? With your hands? Li Longji sighed to himself when he saw their expressions. He had thought that they were all good officials. Why were they so much worse than Brother Yi? How could they not know how to remove the grains? He did not ask them to analyze the upper echelons of the Tubo and Turkic Empire. He did not need them to know how to train cavalry and archers. He did not need them to come up with good things that would benefit the people. As for trying to figure out Shangxin like Yang Xiao, Brother Yi was enough. He had a headache just thinking about it. How did Brother Yi know that he wanted a strong army? Moreover, he wanted archers and cavalry. How could they not know how to remove the grains? Gao Lisher. Li Longji called him out. Gao Lisher answered, Place the wheat with stalks on the ground with a hammer, or dry it with chains. His answer was correct. He had been learning farming recently. He had learned how to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that Her Majesty asked, he had to know. When the 5 of them heard this, a look of understanding appeared on their faces. So it turned out that he didn't use his hands to grab her. Looking at the situation, it was a misunderstanding. Yao Chong did not need the emperor to ask again, and directly said, It must be very difficult. Yes, Li Longji lightly nodded. And this thing is... Take off. Grain. God. Weapons. The 5 of them looked at each other again. How should they play? What does it have to do with this? To press with a mace and flail. Divine artifact? There had been a lot of divine weapons recently. He saw another one. Men, send wheat stalks, mules, and flails to the door. Li Longji had already prepared everything. Outside men arrived with bundles of straw and whips and flails. Everyone went out. The straw was spread on the bluestone ground. Li Longji ordered, Everyone give it a try. So saying, he took one of the flails and began to beat it, and the head of the flail went round in a circle and looked quite decent. Thus, everyone took a few shots. After a few minutes, they squatted down to take a look. Oh my God! Why were there so few grains? Mules were put on and people pulled. Puff, puff, puff. A few minutes later, the effect was not bad, and there were more grains than the ones he took. After seeing the officials experience it, he had a personal experience. Lilongji ordered people to carry out the footwork inside, and personally grabbed a handful of straw. Stepping on it, the tube rotated, and he placed the straw on it. Crackle, crackle, finish. Picking up another handful. Crackle, crackle, finish. It was so fast there was no other way. The 5 of them stretched their necks and widened their eyes. They had personally taken off the grain just now, and now they were sweating all over. How can it be like this? Yao Chong stuttered. The other 4 nodded in agreement, but their minds were full of question marks. After a few breaths, Yuan Chenyao, who was wiping his sweat and panting, swallowed his saliva. I feel that this thing is unreasonable. Is it beneficial to the people? Lilongji was in a good mood, and this was the effect he wanted. Yes, the 5 of them replied in unison. Your Majesty, let me try. Zhang Shuo could not help but grab a handful of straw and stand beside Lilongji. Lilongji stepped aside, and Zhang Shuo stepped on it himself. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, he still managed to learn it. Without waiting for him to grab a second handful, Wei Zhigu pushed him away. Crackle, crackle. Each of them tried it once, and it felt so good. Your Majesty, this is a divine weapon. Who is it? Yao Chong's desire for knowledge soared. Lilongji smiled, but did not speak. Yao Chong gritted his teeth. Gao Lisher spoke from the side. Your Majesty, many merchants know. Ah. Lilongji paused and said helplessly, I will tell you, but you are not allowed to look for him. Why? Yao Chong argued. Why are you not allowing us to look for him? If we find him and get him to work as a craftsman in the Ministry of Imperial Studies, how many good things can he make? Lilongji saw Yao Chong's expression and knew what he was thinking. He clasped his hands behind his back. The 3 character classics were made by the same person. Ah, the 5 of them were surprised. Yao Chong immediately dismissed the idea of sending him to the Ministry of Imperial Studies. He was actually not a craftsman. Your Majesty, please tell us to wait. Zhang Shuo's face was conflicted. Lilongji sighed softly. 7 Li Baishui, East Bank of Tonghua Gate. Li Zhuangzi? The 5 of them said in unison. You know, Lilongji was puzzled. Yao Chong shook his head. This subject did not know that Li Yi had made so many things. This subject only knows that Zhuangzi soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs are very expensive. This subject has only eaten soy sauce 3 times. The other 4 nodded, indicating that they had also eaten soy sauce and knew its price. You have worked hard, but it's just soy sauce. There's no need to be like this. Gao Lisher, prepare a caddy for each of you. Lilongji shook his head slightly and handed out soy sauce. This was because he knew how cheap soy sauce was. It was bought in the palace for 55 coins per caddy. Outside, it was traded with pigs and given a discount. After it was sold, it was at least 1,500 coins per caddy. It was even more expensive than the best wine in a restaurant. There were rumors of people adding salt water to soy sauce. There were also a few fake soy sauces, but the taste was not right at all. The 5 officials thanked him, but they did not pay much attention to the soy sauce. Instead, they stared at the threshing machine in front of them. Even if they did not know how to threshing before, they understood after doing it once. It was simply not done by humans. It turns out that the meals we eat are actually so difficult. Lu Huaishan sighed. They usually said that the common people suffered because they looked at the data. When they heard others say that the common people did not have enough to eat, they felt that their days were difficult. They had only worked for a short while today, but their bodies were sore all over. Therefore, the threshing machine in front of them had proven its status as a divine tool. Your Majesty, what about the other one? Wei Zhigu looked at the second one. It looked different in some places. The other one is even better than this one. It is driven by water. A water wheel can hold a few, and there is no need for people to step on it. Li Longji introduced the second threshing machine that was driven by water. As long as there was a river, a water wheel could be set up and installed. Everything else was done by grinding wheat straws. Wei Zhigu suddenly understood the purpose of His Majesty calling him here. The Ministry of Works was in charge of water conservancy and other matters. Your Majesty, do you want to promote it to the world? Zhang Shua touched his hands and said. His hands were blistered. He did not notice it when he was flinging the flail. Li Longji waved his hand. There is no hurry. Li Yi said that we will use it in the capital office first. When other places know about it, they will naturally learn it. Your Majesty, why don't we summon Li Yi to the imperial court to ask about it? Yuan Qianyao suggested. He wanted to ask for more good technology. No need. I do not allow you to go there. Li Longji still refused. What a joke. If they find me and know who I am, can I still go to Zhuangzi to play happily? Chapter 27. The sky was dark, and the moon had come out early. Beside the Bar River, torches lit up the entire valley. The villagers worked overtime at night, and those who were replaced went to the cafeteria to eat a few mouthfuls of rice before going to the bathhouse. There was always hot water in the bathhouse for bathing. The women naturally took a shower. If someone wanted to bathe, they would carry a bucket of hot water and pour it into the big bucket. Below, there was a cold water switch and a hot water switch. They would mix the hot water themselves. If they wanted to bathe, they would also have to carry water themselves. There was a small pool, and each person had a place to lie in after mixing the water. Dongzhu said that he didn't know everyone's physical condition now. After confirming that there was no problem, the women also had a big pool to bathe in. After finishing work, they would eat some rice and take a hot bath. They would feel comfortable. After bathing and soaking, they would go to the cafeteria and eat meat. Those who were willing to drink would be given a bowl of cheap wine. Children under 4 years old would be taken care of by women, and children above 4 years old would go to school during the day. They just had to work, eat, bathe, and sleep. They didn't have to care about anything. They didn't have to worry about their family being unable to survive, and they weren't afraid of anyone falling sick. Everything was done by someone. If a family member had a fever, they could wake Dongzhu up in the middle of the night. Dongzhu would say time and time again that they had to look for him if they were sick. This was the life of a god. Everyone in Zhuangzi thought so. Li Yi was also comfortable. They were too obedient. None of them showed any signs of wanting to change jobs. They did whatever they were told to do, and they never complained about hardships or tiredness. They provided food and accommodation, gave a little salary, and didn't talk bad about the boss behind his back. They were given a day off every 10 days, but those who were given the day off insisted on finding work. If they weren't allowed to work, they would sulk and even cry. Was it a problem for an employee to wake up in the middle of the night to see a doctor when they were sick? They saw a doctor because they were afraid that their illness would be delayed and they couldn't work, not to ask for leave. Let me see if there's any equipment missing. Let's not change the medicine first. If anyone is sick, buy medicine from the system according to the symptoms. Otherwise, it will expire. Li Yi realized that his lifespan had exceeded 11,000 hours. He prepared to buy things and practice. When he was young, when he was studying, he didn't work hard. He spent a lot of time on relationships. And in the end, there was no result. Now that he started over, he was only 16 years old. If he were to follow the system's loopholes and learn medical books, it would be time for him to train his abilities. Where to find a cadaver is a problem. Why don't we wait for someone's family to bury their dead body, steal it out to practice before burying it back? When he thought about practicing, the first thing that came to Li Yi's mind was not suturing, but cadavers and cadavers. Digging up other people's graves was a crime, no matter where one went. During the day, the eunuch in charge of the imperial plantation said that he wanted to cooperate. The management of the imperial plantation was indeed quite messy. I'm a kind person. I want to help them. Li made up his mind. Since he hadn't had dinner yet, he went to look for Songda. Songda was checking accounts with someone from a military household. This military household said that he knew how to do accounts, so he became the temporary accountant yesterday. After checking the accounts today, he would be in charge of the accounts in the future. Songda was too busy. When Li arrived, he waited for her to finish checking a few pages of accounts before asking, "What's the name of the supervisor of the Imperial Plantation?" Wang Xing. Songda stood up and replied, "Take 2 people with you and ask. I want to invite him to eat skewers." Now, Li said. The supervisor didn't say anything. He went out and called for 2 military households. Then, they headed north to the Imperial Plantation. 45 minutes later, Supervisor Wang Xing arrived with a smile. Beside him was a young eunuch. "I've wanted to eat Li Dongzhu's food for a long time, but I haven't had the chance." Wang Xing came up with praise and regret. "Supervisor Wang, please. I apologize for inviting you so late at night." Li Yi apologized. "I'm the one who should be the one to offend you. I was in too much of a hurry during the day." Wang Xing said. The young eunuch was led to eat. Wang Xing and Li Yi entered the courtyard. The food for the barbecue was ready. "Brother Wang, please." Li Yi held up the wine. "Brother Yi, please." Wang Xing accompanied him. This was the first time Wang Xing had eaten a skewer dipped in chili. It was so spicy that he stuck out his tongue, but he didn't want to put it down. "Brother Wang, do you know about the black fungus?" Li Yi took a bite of the lamb kidney and asked Wang Xing with a happy expression. "Of course. It's just that the price is too high. I rarely eat it." Wang Xing smacked his lips and tried to get the black fungus. "I have a way to grow it in large quantities. Brother Wang, why don't you take it?" Li Yi began to offer benefits. "You can grow it?" Wang Xing took a sip of the tea beside him. He thought he was confused by the spiciness. "Yes, I can grow it in Zhuangzi, but I don't have enough manpower. If you can grow it, I'll give you the method." Li Yi gave a reason. "I can't grow it much. It's a waste of the method. You can grow it." Wang Xing would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. The black fungus was very expensive. In any restaurant in Chang, a plate of soaked black fungus could not be bought for less than $1,000. In the Eastern and Western markets, as long as the black fungus was not too expensive, it would be sold out in less than half an hour. If someone saw it, they would definitely buy it. Now Li Yi and Dongzhu told him that they could grow it. But how could he grow it when the black fungus grew on wood? "Brother Wang, do you agree? I'll give you the method. Coincidentally, Zhuangzi also grows it. Let's discuss it together." Li Yi took advantage of Wang Xing's stupor to settle the matter. Wang Xing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Li Yi said again, "But the black fungus needs some time to grow. I have a method to make chicken. The chicken it makes is delicious." What chicken?" Wang Xing had not finished digesting the idea of growing black fungus when he heard about food. "Steam pot chicken. Recently I made some steam pots. I planned to sell the chicken, but I didn't have time to manage it. Brother Wang, you can make it first and sell it to others." Li Yi gave an idea. "Sell? No, I can't sell it. I'm in charge of the Imperial Plantation. Brother Yi, people will die." Wang Xing heard that he wanted to grow the black fungus. He wanted to grow it and give it to the palace. What kind of pot chicken was he going to sell now? No. How could the Imperial Plantation provide food for others? Li Yi refilled Wang Xing's cup. "Brother Wang, do you remember that there is a ditch between the Imperial Plantation and my Zhuangzi?" "There is." Wang Xing nodded. "It's been raining for a long time, so there's a lot of water in the ditch." "Who owns the ditch?" Li Yi asked. "No one." Wang Xing replied. "I'll make a cart for Brother Wang. Brother Wang can have someone sell it on the side of the ditch. It has nothing to do with the Imperial Plantation." Li Yi gave an idea. "Then is it delicious?" Wang Xing thought it was fine. "I made 2. Li Yi said as he stood up. He went into the kitchen and brought out 2 steam pots and pottery pots. The top one had a lid, but the bottom one did not. When the top one was removed, a delicious smell wafted out. Wang Xing smelled it and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of boneless chicken and put it in his mouth. N. He was floating. It was delicious. Is it okay? Li Yi asked as he watched him eat. Good, it smells good. Wang Xing picked up another piece of meat. Brother Wang, you have to raise chickens. There's a lot of space in the imperial plantation. How about raising 5,000 chickens first? Li Yi made a hand gesture. It's not easy to buy chickens now. Once you harvest the wheat, you have food at home. Who would sell chickens? Everyone keeps them to lay eggs. Wang Xing was very familiar with farming. I have some. Brother Wang, I have some. I used the Kong bed to hatch a lot of chickens and ducks. I can give them to Brother Wang. Li Yi had also prepared this. Wang Xing. After about 10 breaths, Wang Xing recovered and asked, Can people also hatch chickens and ducks? Of course, there are many ways. Some are soaked in cow dung. Some are placed in buckets to dry in the sun. Some are soaked in warm water, and some are placed on the Kong bed to heat up. Li Yi introduced artificial incubation techniques. There were books from the Song dynasty. He did not find any from the Tang dynasty, but there were many advanced techniques from the Song dynasty. He felt that if there were no 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the Tang dynasty would have been able to continue. Unfortunately, it was all Li Longji's fault. He was the one who succeeded, but he was also the one who failed. Chapter 28. Wang Xing didn't know what kind of heart owner Li had when he viewed history. He was dumbfounded. Li Dongzhu knew how to do everything. He could even help with the chores done by the hens and ducks. Sigh. No wonder the emperor and King Song valued him so much. If he had known about Li Yi's ability earlier, he would have thought of a way to capture him before the emperor arrived. Brother Yi, are you giving the hens and ducks to me for free? Wang Xing found the key point. Brother Wang, the hens and ducks weren't hatched by me. I used a stove. Furthermore, I'm not giving them to you. They are for the imperial plantation. Li Yi emphasized 2 points. The second point was that it was for the imperial plantation and not for him. He had great use for the hens and ducks and the pigs, so he decided to keep them in the imperial plantation first. It's the imperial plantation. I don't dare to take it. Wang Xing spoke the truth. How could he dare to take the possessions of the emperor? Zhuangzi was just beside Chang'an City. Gao Lisher would occasionally wander around, and King Song would stroll around once in a while. Brother Wang, you must be joking. It's all because of Brother Wang's loyalty. Brother Wang. Brother Wang, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Li Yi was talking when he suddenly frowned. He felt guilty as he spoke. As a doctor, it was against his professional ethics to use his medical skills to fool others. Wang Xing, you've already said so much and you're still asking if it's appropriate? Won't there be a problem if I say it or not? Brother Yi, feel free to speak. Wang Xing gritted his teeth. From Brother Wang's complexion and posture, do you have any hemorrhoids? Li Yi asked. Wang Xing had hemorrhoids. Of course, it wasn't Li Yi who could tell. He didn't have the ability to do so. It was eunuch Qing Song who said that because Qing Song had hemorrhoids. Embarrassed, he went to find Li Yi and asked how to treat it. Li Yi didn't care that it was dirty. He examined it and gave Qing Song some medicine to take orally and applied externally. He also told him some things to take note of. At that time, Qing Song knelt down and kowtowed, praising Dongzhu and the good doctor. Then he told her about Wang Xing's incident. He told her the same story as him. Today, Li Yi used the medicine for hemorrhoids first. He would not examine Wang Xing. If they could not even use medicine, it would depend on their relationship. If their relationship was good enough, it would not be a problem for them to perform surgery. This was the life of a doctor. Wang Xing was nervous and hesitated to speak. Brother Wang, In that case, you can't eat spicy food. Li Yi moved the dish in front of Wang Xing away. He returned to the treatment room and took out the medicine for oral and external application. Take this medicine 3 times a day. After you're done with your business, wash it clean. Wash the inside too and apply it. You can't eat anything sour, cold, or spicy, such as onion, ginger, garlic, mustard, and so on. It's just that it can't be cured. Brother Yi. Wang Xing's eyes turned red and tears flowed down his cheeks. Alas! Li Yi sighed and said, It's a pity that I'm not capable enough. I can't find anything useful, and I don't dare to. Otherwise, Brother Wang's minor illness would be easily cured. What is it? Wang Xing asked very cooperatively. This. Li Yi hesitated and hesitated again. Brother Yi, tell me quickly. Wang Xing was anxious. A person who was just buried not long ago. I'll use him to practice my knife skills. This hemorrhoid, if it's serious, can kill. I can treat it with a knife, but I can't practice on a living person. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose. He had given so many benefits and medicine just for this moment. A dead person? Buried? Wang Xing was in a difficult position. I'm not saying that I'll throw him away after I practice. I'll send him back. Once you practice to the point of perfection, you'll be able to treat all diseases of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Li Yi offered a new temptation. As long as he cut more, his skill level would naturally increase. When Wang Xing heard this, he touched his stomach and looked at the medicine. He understood. At this moment, he was not only thinking about finding Li Yi to treat his viscera and 6 bowels in the future. He could also find Li Yi to treat the emperor and the nobles in the palace who were sick. Look, if Li Yi said that Wang Xing had helped him, he would be rewarded greatly. Brother Yi, this is easy. Leave it to me. Wang Xing decided to take a gamble. Li Yi clasped his fist and bowed. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Wang. Sure. Wang Xing nodded. After the meal, Wang Xing left with the medicine, a set of 10 gas pots, and a small eunuch. Li Yi walked him all the way to the ditch and waved goodbye. He wished he could sing. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. Or, here is a farewell, lonely for thousands of miles. Or, revolution often breaks up, the same goes for 2 different feelings. What a good Brother Wang, willing to contribute to the great cause of medicine. Li Yi felt better and went back to eat his skewers. He was not full just now and was thinking about how to trick people. At the same time, Yuan Qianyao was watching the craftsmen work in the Ministry of Imperial Studies to make the threshing machine. According to Li Yi, there was no need for iron. It was all made of bamboo and wood. He sent someone to bring a caddy of soy sauce home and stayed behind to work overtime. Li Longji also did not rest and went through the memorials. It seemed that there was a pear garden in Chang, and everyone was playing, singing and dancing. But as Li Yi said, it was all fake. The Turks and Tubo were eyeing covetously. Internal chaos. They wanted to use troops to divert internal conflicts. Internal stability. They wanted to use troops to extort benefits. The personalities and relationships of the upper echelons of the 2 countries, as well as the soldiers that could fight, were all in Li Longji's mind. Previously, Li Longji and the ministers were guessing, probing, and judging. But after hearing Li Yi's words that night, Li Longji had a clear idea. Not only the external problems, but also the internal economic development and the situation of various places. Hedong Road, Jiangnan Road, Guanyi Road, Diji Road, Henan Road, and so on. Li Yi had pointed out the key points of every place. Li Yi read according to the books. Many history books had different understandings of the same matter, so he combined them. Li Longji followed some of the things that Li Yi said, and it was much easier for him to read the memorials. After a while, he put down his pen, sighed, smiled, and muttered to himself. As Brother Yi said, There were people who wanted to use the imperial court's money to raise private soldiers. They should be killed. Li Longji said harsh words to himself, but his expression was relaxed, because he already knew in advance from Brother Yi's mouth. The entire domestic and foreign current situation was analyzed clearly and clearly. That was just a conversation that night when they were drinking. This was clearly in existence, like Jiang Zia and Zhuge Liang. Gue Guzi played with the world, and the 7 heroes of the Warring States were all in a jar. However, Brother Yi was different. Gue Guzi was not as good as Brother Yi. Gue Guzi only dared to hide behind, competing with his disciples and maneuvering. And Brother Yi was there, at the age of dancing elephants, helping the poor, raising children, settling the villagers, friends, and neighbors. It's hard to find a drop of soy sauce. The Tao is selfless. Farming is a divine tool. Li Longji mumbled, and slowly a smile appeared on his face. This brother, he was too funny. He didn't seem to care about anything, but also seemed to value everything. What kind of person was he? Your Majesty, I made delicious food for you. When Li Longji was analyzing Li Yi's character, Empress Wang's voice sounded. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Empress Wang carried a tray. She put the tray on the table and said with a smile, "Uncle gave me the recipes of dozens of dishes, saying that I need to eat some protein if I stay up late." Li Longji smiled and looked at the food on the tray. There was soy sauce chicken liver, fried eggs, cucumber strips with black bean sauce, and beef tendons. For a moment, he seemed to have switched to Li Yi's zhuangzi and felt a sense of relaxation. Chapter 29. 13th of May. All the wheat on Li Yi's zhuangzi was returned to the warehouse. Without waiting for the government to ask for it, Songda had already paid all the rent for the year. Other people only paid for the summer harvest. Autumn had not arrived yet. Zhuangzi even paid for the autumn harvest. He didn't care about that little bit of time. The people of Zhang family's village ran to the Bar River, stood guard, and changed shifts. They kept the threshing machine. Li Yi's zhuangzi didn't need it. The Zhang family's village was waiting for the wheat to be harvested. They were afraid that bad people would destroy it. While waiting for the harvest, the people of Zhang family's village were digging wild vegetables, fishing, and catching sparrows. These items could be exchanged for silk and silk at the Li family's farmstead. Silk didn't matter whether it was good or bad. The villagers used it for exchange. In the past, when they were assigned to work by the imperial court, they had to do it. They were reluctant to exchange things. This year was different. Wild vegetables could be exchanged for silk. Some villagers had nothing to do for the time being. A few days after the wheat was harvested, they ran to Li family zhuangzi to ask for work. They didn't want money. They came for a meal in the morning, a meal at noon, and a meal at night before they went back. 3 meals with meat and fish. 1 day's work was enough to earn money. Eating fat meat for a day was equivalent to half a month's worth of oil and water. The Zhang family's villagers calculated it this way. Li Yi's zhuangzi's people were already angry. "What are you guys doing? Eating a meal costs you more than your salary. This is our zhuangzi's benefit. Dongzhu gave it to us. You stay at home. You won't consume food if you sleep." Unfortunately, there was really too much work. No matter how dissatisfied the farmers were, they had to let Dongzhu find people. Making bricks, making pottery, burning kilns, stewing coals, digging a dead methane pool, and adding more materials. There was also top-dressing the grapes, growing cotton, digging and watering the ground to prepare for planting rice. Vegetables were also needed. The cucumbers were stacked properly on the shelves. They were just waiting for the cucumbers to grow. They didn't dig enough ice cellars last winter. Presumably, there wasn't enough ice for summer and autumn. This year, they had to dig and build a fixed cellar according to Dongzhu's instructions. They had to put in sour, radish, and green onions. Brother Li Yi, thank you, thank you. A scholar expressed his gratitude to Li Yi, who was strolling around. It turns out to be Brother Dongqi. Is this screen easy to use? Li Yi returned the salute and conveniently asked the other party about the specific thank you. Screen windows. If it was cold at night, he would put 2 pieces of wood together. If it was hot during the day, he would take them all down. There were no mosquitoes yet, but there were flies buzzing around. There weren't many of them. It's useful. Many thanks to Brother E for your help. After harvesting the wheat, our families should have money. How about you let us provide for our own meals? The other party said awkwardly. When there was a shortage of food, it was Zhuangzi who gave them food for free. They never lacked meat. Li Yi shook his head. No, a scholar is bound to be generous. He refused. Don't. Take your family's money back. If you don't want it, continue to eat and live here for free. I will buy books for you. Because when they were eating for free, the 42 students would provide 20 to 30 hours of life for Li Yi every day. Li Yi couldn't bear to do that. Was eating a meal a problem? This matter was easy to understand. A boss opened a company with a few hundred people. He gave 42 people free food and accommodation, increasing their lifespan by 2 days every day. This was a win-win deal. On one hand, he was a good person, and on the other hand, he was earning lifespan. This year, after the building was finished, he would find a few hundred more scholars to come over. I am willing to support education. Whoever stops me, I will have a death feud with them. I will chase them to the ends of the earth. Brother Li Yi, is that right? The other party asked uncertainly. Of course. If you take my family's money, I will break off all relations with you. Li Yi used his trump card. The boat of friendship was about to capsize. The other party's eyes turned red. He bowed to the ground. Brother Li Yi is benevolent and righteous. I will never forget. Don't be polite. Don't be polite. The children in your village are doing their best. After 2 days, let's hold a poetry gathering. I will ask Zhuangzi to dig ditches. When the time comes, we will have a river. What do you think, Brother Dongqi? Li Yi was afraid that everyone would go out and not come back when the weather was warm. He quickly thought of a way to hold a poetry gathering. It was to open up the bodies and make it lively. Moreover, he had good things to let the scholars help him advertise and continue to earn money from the rich. The other party's eyes lit up. Another poetry gathering? It had been a long time since he had participated in other people's poetry gatherings. He was not happy. It was all the rich people bragging. He and the others helped to flatter them. 10 days. 10 days later, Li Yi gave a time. He was indeed building ditches and rockery. He wanted to divide Zhuangzi into areas: planting area, breeding area, residential area, and entertainment area. The residential and entertainment areas had to have winding rivers, winding corridors, pavilions, brothels, and bamboo bridges. At that time, many of the big residential areas were like this. After playing for a while, there was no water. The developers left after making money, and the property management did not care at all. Then, the property owners committee was formed to evict the property owners. After that, the committee members got money and moved. But this Zhuangzi was his. There was no need to cheat him. Thinking like this, Li Yi's mood became better. The farmers of the 22 counties were also in a good mood. The imperial court was crazy. They kept releasing good things. The officials of the agricultural temple, the imperial treasury, and the Ministry of Works were all close to the people. In the 22 counties, there were people stepping on the threshing machine to demonstrate outside every big village and county office. Those who were farmers knew how rare it was when they saw the wheat grains on the straw being knocked off. One could be used by several households. And where there was a river, the Ministry of Works used the fastest speed to build a water wheel. A pile of parts was moved over to assemble it. Once the water was driven, the threshing machine showed its peerless elegance. Nothing could be more charming than it. Tens of thousands of people in each county began to express their praise. Of course, the main thing was to praise Li Longji. As for who invented it, that was not important. The world is vast, the emperor unifies a region. Thousands of years of farming, 10,000 years of doing good. Spring plowing and autumn harvest are fine. The North Pole is the imperial court's leader. Beside the gurgling water, the majestic green mountains walk. Rice and wheat were once tired, but today they are not busy. The emperor of Chang and Ali, the people hide in their hearts. Li Longji listened to the tens of thousands of people while surrounded by officials. That was how excited he was. Yes, this was the feeling. Awesome. Now, who still said that I was wrong to kill Princess Taiping? Who still said that I imprisoned the retired emperor? I am a wise ruler. I have to be diligent. I won't leave the palace. I will stay in the main hall every day. So that night, Li Longji took the empress and ran away again. They ran to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Li Yi had just bowed to a cadaver. After cutting and sewing, he was about to send it away. He secretly buried it back and bowed again. After finishing, he was about to take a bath when he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang. Third brother and sister-in-law, are you free today? Wait for me to take a bath. Li Yi had to take a bath, so he greeted them. Uncle, let's eat skewers again tonight. Empress Wang took the initiative to request. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Li Yi responded and ran away. 15 minutes later, Li Yi came back with his hair still wet. He wrapped his head with a towel. It was a new skewer. He had not fed it yet. So Li Yi exchanged some monosodium glutamate and ethyl maltol. He spent 12 hours of his lifespan. It was worth it. He exchanged them for 500 grams of each. Third brother and sister-in-law, you came at the right time. I have prepared the money for the 5 spiced tea eggs. This is the account. Li Yi first handed over the account book. They had agreed that he would take 30% of the net profit, and the other brothers would take 70%. He was responsible for the production and sale, and the others would help him settle all the troubles. It was a pity that he was selling tea eggs and not drugs. Otherwise, he could have asked for 10% of the profits. The 10% was more or less, depending on the cost and the selling price. If the cost was 50 cents, the cost was negligible. 10% would be 5,000 yuan. If the cost was 10 yuan, half of the profits would only be 5 yuan. The cost was 1 yuan. The price of the 5 spiced tea eggs was soaring. The key was that the 5 spiced tea eggs matter was settled. If Zhuangzi sold other things, no one would dare to touch them. Li Yi had calculated clearly. Li Longji and Empress Wang were confused when they looked at the account book. Li Yi handed over the account book. All kinds of tables and data were listed out one by one. It was impossible to say that he couldn't understand it, but it would take a lot of brain power to understand. Little brother, Yi, what is this? Li Longji rubbed his eyes and asked Li Yi. Third brother, this is the cash receipts and receipts, the summary of goods and materials, and the financial statements. Li Yi had already finished roasting the bean rolls and placed them on the tray. Li Longji trembled in fear. This little brother, Yi, was so proficient in financial matters. This was a list of data, but this was a table? He stopped looking at the numbers and tables. His head hurt. He looked at the picture. This picture is good. He knew what was going on with one look. Why didn't he see such things in the imperial court? Otherwise, why would he be so tired? Empress Wang simply stopped looking. She took the food and began to eat. She was thinking in her heart that she would do the same in the harem. Li Longji didn't even finish looking. He put down a stack of paper and reached out. Li Yi. Before he could resist, his head was touched. Third brother was so fast. Li Longji rubbed Li Yi's head twice and asked, Little brother, Yi, do you want to be a county magistrate? Not this year, not next year. I'm too busy and can't find the time. Li Yi, who had been shouting for the county magistrate, shook his head. Chapter 30. What are you busy with? Li Longji was interested. As long as it was something Li Yi wanted to do, he would want to know about it. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. Li Yi handed over another lamb kidney. Empress Wang lowered her head and ate. She discovered that there was a white substance in the seasoning today, and it tasted delicious. Li Longji's hair stood on end, and the matter of eating was immediately forgotten. What natural disaster! What man-made disaster! Li Longji grabbed Li Yi's hand and asked anxiously. Li Yi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I can't say. Why can't you say? Li Longji's grip tightened. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Divulging heavenly secrets will lead to the wrath of the heavens. Ah. Li Longji let go. His face immediately turned pale as he stared blankly at Li Yi. How could this be? How could this be? Li Longji muttered. He had already regarded Li Yi as a special existence. When he heard Li Yi mention natural and man-made disasters, he wanted to know more. When Li Yi mentioned heavenly secrets and wrath, he was even more certain that his little brother Yi had other abilities. If he asked little brother, he would probably be finished. If he didn't ask, how would natural and man-made disasters be dealt with? Third brother, there's no need to worry. If it doesn't fall into Chang, and the emperor and prime minister will naturally think of a way. If a few people die, you and I can still live as usual. Li Yi comforted Li Longji. It would have been better if he didn't comfort him. Once he did, Li Longji became even more anxious. What emperor and prime minister of the imperial court? I'm the emperor. The current 3 prime ministers don't even know how to deal with natural and man-made disasters. How can they easily deal with natural and man-made disasters? And if a few people die, it's a big deal. Li Yi raised his wine cup to his lips and paused. Speaking of which, Wei Jigu has gone to the Ministry of Works to become a minister, right? How pitiful. I reckon that his health is not good now. He will catch typhoid fever in the winter. Based on the abilities of the people in the Department of Medicine, in the Department of Household Affairs, it will not be able to cure him. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about Wei Jigu, who had just been promoted to the Ministry of Works. Brother Yi, do you know? Li Longji recalled Wei Jigu's condition and felt that he was indeed not in a good state. Of course, but I can't tell you. Li Yi sighed after saying that. Brother Yi, you can cure him? Li Longji's heart was moved. He did not teach Wei Jigu a lesson just to see him die. It can be cured, but it can't be cured. Your Majesty wants him to die. How can I dare to save him? Li Yi said. Am I really going to fall ill? When did His Majesty tell him to die? Li Longji almost said the wrong thing. Third brother, you don't know? It was Yao Chang's son who asked him to do something he shouldn't have done. After he refused, he was afraid that Yao Chong would take revenge, so he told His Majesty. In the end, His Majesty insisted on asking Yao Chong. Yao Chong admitted it and said that the child was wrong. His Majesty felt that Wei Jigu was not a good person. Yao Chong had helped Wei Jigu before, so he dealt with Wei Jigu. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that Yao Chong is important. Yao Chong's students and old friends are all over the place. His Majesty has just finished dealing with Princess Taiping's matter, so there are still some people he hasn't killed. With Yao Chong around, many people's minds are not in chaos. His Majesty got rid of Wei Jigu to vent Yao Chong's anger. Li Yi explained to Li Longji why His Majesty wanted to send Wei Jigu to the Ministry of Works. Empress Wang stopped eating and looked at Li Yi with Li Longji nodding from time to time. She meant, yes, Brother Yi, you're right. That's how it should be. What about Lu Huaishan? Li Longji was very curious and asked another person. Lu Huaishan is smarter. He knows how much His Majesty values Yao Chong, so he changed his attitude and became a man of few words. If Yao Chong doesn't deal with any documents, Lu Huaishan guarantees that he won't take over. His talent is not suppressed by Yao Chong, but by His Majesty. Li Yi explained Lu Huaishan's situation. What about Zhang Shuo? Li Longji asked another person. Zhang Shuo. His desire for power is the same as Yao Chong's, so there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Previously, he stopped Yao Chong from becoming prime minister, so he will be dealt with later. What I hate the most about the two of them is that they use their power for personal gain. They are lenient to themselves and strict to others. When one of their own makes a mistake, they try to cover it up, but they love to punish others for their mistakes. As for the administration, there's nothing much to say. Since His Majesty uses them, they naturally have to show their abilities. And the methods they come up with, sigh. It's just so. Li Yi criticized Zhang Shuo, but he also didn't let Yao Chong go. There was no other way. The history books recorded it clearly. Li Longji and his wife listened in a daze. These were Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong in Brother Yi's eyes. What was there to say about their administration? Brother Yi, I think the decrees of these two people are not bad. Li Longji said about his own prime minister. Empress Wang nodded, expressing her support for her husband. Yes, the two prime ministers were very impressive. Third brother, their government decrees are more for scholars. Next year and the year after, Yao Chong handled the natural and man-made disasters quite well under normal circumstances. Although a lot of people died at the critical moment, Yao Chong was quite responsible. Unfortunately, he's not down to earth and can't bend his back. He doesn't know how to work, agriculture, business, and education. Education is the foundation. A year's plan is better than a valley of trees. A decade's plan is better than trees. A lifetime's plan is better than nurturing people. Without agriculture, you won't be stable. Without industry, you won't be rich. Without business, you won't live. People pursue profit, so we should use profit to drive them away. Merchants, farmers, and workers can make the Tang dynasty prosperous. Li Yi put forward his own opinion. People who had good inventions in agriculture and construction should be rewarded. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat. Listening to others speak made his mouth dry. Empress Wang had her own ideas. She said, "What should the scholars do if it's good for the workers and farmers?" Sister-in-law, you're pitting the scholars against the workers, farmers, and merchants. The scholars lead the workers, farmers, merchants, officials, and scholars. They guide the other industries and then get promoted. The scholars are happy. Li Yi said with a smile. The matter was simple. Lift the scholars up and let the scholars think of ways to promote the other three. Li Longji asked, "What about the merchants?" Collect taxes, exempt the people from renting, and use the tax to hire people to work. Nowadays, the extra craftsmen are also divided into short, medium, and long-term workers. The imperial court gives them silk. Nowadays, people can't plant so much land, especially mulberry trees, hemp, and jujube trees. If they go to work, the land will be too busy. If they're too busy, their income will be less. They seem to be given a lot of land and let them pay rent. In fact, once they're transferred, they can't pay anything. If silk is used instead of rent, there will be people weaving or selling grain and mulberry hemp for money. Among them, the merchants will lower the price when the people are harvesting. When the people are short, they will raise the price. Li Yi analyzed the merchants bad for Li Longji. As for whether the merchants were good or not, it depended on whether the law was strong or not. There were loopholes in the law. The merchants took advantage of them the most, followed by others. The things he said, if it was in his era, everyone would understand. Some even thought deeper than him. But in the Tang dynasty, it was different. Li Longji was shocked. How could he know so many things? He was born in the royal family and didn't live in a poor village for a year or two. The things he could come into contact with were limited. The rent was based on the previous dynasty. When he heard people across countless dynasties talking to him about the scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce, he was dumbfounded. So simple? If the scholars don't agree, they will be promoted again. Whoever can make the farmers work, well, will be rewarded. Brother Yi, what else do you want to do in Zhuangzi? Li Longji changed the topic. The shock was too great. He had to go back and think about it. Me? I'm going to set an example and tell others how a manor can be managed. If you want to show virtue to the world, you must first govern the country. If you want to govern the country, you must first unify the family. I can't even manage a zhuangzi. How can I be an official? I can't even let the villagers eat and wear warm clothes. How can I be an official? If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? Li Yi sat up straight and raised his chin slightly. He had his own pride. This was the accumulation of experience and knowledge. This was the experience of 1,000 years later and looking down on this era. Chapter 31. Pile it up here. Hurry up and mix in the stone powder. Don't panic. The people who are digging the pool have tied the rope. People outside pay attention and get ready to pull people up. There was not much gas left in a big biogas pool, and they were digging it out manually. The things that had just been dug out were immediately mixed with phosphor stone powder to prevent the rapid loss of nitrogen. After mixing a part of it, they immediately piled it into another big pit at the side and prepared to cover it with soil. Everyone wore masks and tied ropes to the people who went down. Once there was a problem, the people above would pull them up at the fastest speed. The firewood ashes were also prepared. When the dry ones were almost dug out, they threw them in to absorb the moisture and then dug them out together. Li Yi, Li Longji, and Empress Wang sat on the flatbed cart and ate. They were in the limelight. After Li Longji heard his chief brother's words, he was deeply touched and didn't intend to stay in the courtyard anymore. After discussing for a while, they put the things on the flatbed cart and pushed it away. Wherever they wanted to take a look, they would stop and continue eating. The moon was relatively bright. With the help of torches, the people on shift in Zhuangzi took advantage of the fact that the sun was not shining and dug the biogas pool. When the sun shone, some gases evaporated quickly, and the good things ran away. Li Yi frowned and was unhappy. He had clearly prepared oilcloth boots and pants that reached up to the chest. However, these people didn't wear them. They just wore a pair of pants designed by Li Yi and competed with the biogas. Moreover, they had just put on the pants because his sister-in-law came with him. This is the biogas made by people. Li Longji still had some knowledge about it. He knew that many people were willing to buy the biogas from the mud after the rivers and canals were cleaned up. There were also people in Chang and who pushed wooden buckets to collect the night incense every morning. The collected feces and urine were also sold to make money. In the square of the shops that weren't facing the street, people came to dig the latrine every once in a while. Hurry up and pull it out. Hurry up, water, rinse soap. As expected, some of the people who went down to dig were fainted by the smell. Everyone yelled and pulled them out. They put them aside and poured the big buckets of water over their heads. Someone came up to apply soap on them and then rinse them. Li Yi was still frowning. Didn't they agree on using the long spoon? Why did they have to jump down because it was too slow? If I had to treat it, I would have to spend my lifespan. Fortunately, that person didn't have any major problems. He sat there and could even rub his body. Uncle, there are so many bubbles. What soap? Empress Wang focused on something else and saw the soap bubbles. There's a spray bottle for washing your hands before eating in the courtyard. Third brother and sister-in-law didn't use it? Li Yi was surprised. Li Longji and his wife shook their heads at the same time. Who knew that it was used to wash their hands? Tao Hong Chui Lu. Li Yi shouted without turning his head. Got it, Dongzhu. The two palace maids responded and ran away. Not long after, one person carried a basin of water, and the other carried a towel and soap. The two palace maids carefully washed the hands of the emperor and the empress, rubbed them with soap and soaked them. After washing and drying, Empress Wang put her hand in front of her nose and smelled it. It smells good. It's better than the soap powder made by the palace workshop. Li Longji also looked and smelled it under the light of the fire. He asked, Brother Yi, this is good stuff. His tone was obviously dissatisfied. Why didn't you give the good stuff to your brothers? I'm your third brother. I just thought of making it 5 days ago. I was too busy and forgot. I'll send it to them later. Li Yi quickly expressed. Here, it's just soap. Li Longji understood. Just thought of making it meant that he always knew how to make it, but he didn't think of it. Li Longji glared at the palace maids and eunuchs. Why didn't you report it? Ching Song, who had hemorrhoids, said. At first, I didn't know it was to make soap. When it was made, Zhuangzi's people told us not to let others know. Otherwise, Dongzhu would send more. He explained, It's not that I didn't want to, but I didn't have the chance to report it. Zhuangzi's people were very strict. Li Longji's eyes slightly brightened. He nodded slightly, indicating that he forgave them. Uncle, how much is this soap? Empress Wang lowered her head to smell the soap in the soap box and asked. Sister-in-law, take 100 with you when you leave. Li Yi generously gave it to her. He couldn't tell the price. The cost of the materials was not high. It was just a saponification reaction. He also extracted glycerin. However, the cost of the materials was not equal to the total cost. The technology was also a cost. Uncle, you still have 5 brothers. Why don't I bring them back together? Empress Wang rolled her eyes and suggested. Okay. Li Yi didn't care. 600 soap. Here. Li Longji was very happy. He had already decided. The 5 brothers from the prince's mansion didn't need that much. 20 per family was enough. He would take the rest back and give some to his father. He would use the rest for himself and reward the ministers. Li Yi didn't know what the couple was thinking. He stared at the person who had just fainted. He saw that the other party stood up and walked without swaying. He also didn't feel nauseous. The frequency of the rise and fall of his chest under the fire was normal. He was relieved. Otherwise, he would have to take him to high pressure to give him oxygen and observe him. He would have to inhale the medicine and push the veins in his arm. It would take a lot of lifespan. The person who fainted didn't know the lingering fear. He even turned his head and grinned at Li Yi. The person next to him said, Feng Lao-san, say it early next time. Otherwise, if something happens, you will have to trouble Dongzhu again. Hearing this, Li Yi immediately understood. The farmer knew the danger, but he was not afraid because Dongzhu was a doctor. Li Yi shook his head. He was helpless, but he understood. Like the people who lived next to the affiliated hospital of the medical university. If they suddenly fell ill, they would be directly carried to the affiliated hospital. The probability of dying was very low. Li Longji, who was watching together, also knew that his big brother said that brother Yi seemed to be able to cure any disease. Tuberculosis, intestinal abscesses, typhoid, wound abscesses, fever, brain disease, even dystocia. As long as the other party could accept the male doctor's treatment, it would be solved. With such a miracle doctor in charge, the people in the village were naturally proud. Thinking of this, Li Longji asked casually, Brother Yi, what if the woman is infertile? Li Yi asked naturally, Does the man have children with other women? Yes. Li Longji answered. Does the woman have her period? Li Yi asked again. Yes. Li Longji answered again. Then one is a blocked fallopian tube, one is an unhealthy egg, and one is a uterus. Li Yi began to talk about the reasons. There were a lot of reasons. Li Longji and the anxious empress, Wang didn't understand at all. They only knew that brother Yi was amazing. He actually had so many reasons for infertility. Uncle, can you cure it? Empress Wang asked. This. Li Yi shook his head. There is a difference between men and women. If it was a woman on Zhuangzi, they wouldn't dare to say anything if I did it, but other people. What about taking medicine? Empress Wang asked. If I can't see the symptoms, how can I prescribe medicine? It might not be good to take it casually. Some medicines are harmful to the person. Ah? Third brother. Li Yi said and suddenly realized something and looked at Li Longji. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. Li Yi got up and ran back to the courtyard. After a while, he came back with 2 bottles without any labels or words. The small bottle once a day, 1 pill each time. The big bottle, 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. After a month, we will see your period. Li Yi said as he put the medicine in Li Longji's hand. This was the medicine that he exchanged for 120 hours to stimulate ovulation and suppress anti-sperm antibodies. If it didn't work, he would have to do a further examination to see if it was suitable for surgery. But Li Yi didn't care about it. A doctor only cared about the patient. The difficult part was the thinking of the people in this era. Chapter 32. Li Yi didn't have much confidence in the medicine since he didn't check it. Li Longji and Empress Wang felt hopeful. Li Longji held the medicine bottle tightly. Third brother, don't drink or stay up late. Eat 2 boiled eggs a day, mutton and rice. Braised liver is also good. Steamed fish is delicious. Li Yi advised the patient's family. If this medicine doesn't work, take it for a month or 2. I'll take the medicine out in a hurry. Li Yi couldn't say more. Without waiting for the 2 to thank him, Li Yi changed the topic. Soap can also make money. Third brother, do you want to do it? No, brother Yi. You don't have to give us money. The spiced tea eggs are enough. Li Longji refused to do the business himself and thought of the tea eggs. The income of the 6 of them was 2,800 coins, with a discount of 2,800,000 yuan. The net profit was 4 million yuan, with a discount of 500 coins per egg. So, they sold more than 10,000 tea eggs. It seemed a lot, but this was Chang'an. Not to mention the people in the city, the peddlers also bought a lot. Empress Wang made 2,800,000 yuan in just a month. It was not a small number. It was more than 9,300 buckets of rice. Yes, it was earned by Empress Wang. She didn't intend to share it with others. In Chang'an, no one dared to touch soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs. If you offended the emperor, you could count on him to be magnanimous. If you offended the empress, the emperor would never be magnanimous. Those who didn't have the ability to touch these 2 things couldn't touch them. Those who had the ability didn't dare to touch them. Everyone knew that they came from Li Yi and Zhuangzi, but no one came to find trouble. Empress Wang was happy with the dividends today. I'm not in a hurry to sell the soap. There are too many things to make money and people hate me. My Zhuangzi uses it and I give some to my brothers. I don't care about others. The main thing is that I'm afraid the emperor will think of it. Li Yi explained the situation and temporarily stopped selling the soap. Soy sauce and herbal tea eggs cost a lot of money. Even the relatives of the imperial family would not be able to handle it. What if Li Longji became jealous? Li Yi felt that this was not a problem with Li Longji's personality. If it were anyone else, they would think twice when they saw someone crazily making money. Brother Yi, you're very thoughtful. Li Longji said helplessly. Why am I thinking about it? What I want is you as a person. I don't care about soy sauce, 5 spiced tea eggs, or soap. I want to see how you make Zhuangzi better and better. I want to see how you continue to bring out divine weapons that benefit the country and the people. I'm not overthinking, but I'm really worried. Sister-in-law, am I right? Li Yi asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang held back her laughter and nodded. Yes, uncle is right. Then she said to Li Longji, Senlang, you have to be careful of Her Majesty. Li Longji, let's eat somewhere else. The wind is blowing again. An unpleasant smell drifted over. Everyone hurriedly got off the cart and ran away. After a while, they arrived at the place where the bricks were made. A group of people were bare-chested with a piece of cloth over their shoulders. They were making bricks with mud and bricks. Sweat flowed down their cheeks and the muscles on their bodies. Under the moonlight and the light of the fire, their bodies lit up. Some of the people working had missing fingers and some were lame. They chatted as they worked, and a smile appeared on their resolute faces. Next to them was a large wooden bucket. A woman on duty covered the spoons and bowls of soup with a piece of cloth. Some people were sweating too much. When they came over, she gave them a bowl of soup. This person gulped down the soup and turned to work again. Li Longji looked and knew that these were retired soldiers. They could not survive and fled to this place. They were sent to Zhuangzi by his elder brother. He personally approved and provided these people with crossbows and armor. Although they were injured, these people could not be defeated by a random 100-man team in Chang. And with the same equipment, 36 households, 36 people, fighting a 100-man team was like playing. How could an army that had not killed anyone compare to those that had survived the battlefield? "Uncle, what soup are they drinking?" Empress Wang stood beside the cart and looked at those people with appreciation. Her family was a family of military generals. She was also the mastermind who persuaded Li Longji to rise in rebellion. When Li Longji broke into the palace, she was armed. Mutton bone and mutton giblets soup. There are green onions and coriander. Oh, coriander. The person who serves the soup will put green onions, coriander, pepper, and a little salt at the bottom of the soup. Li Yi knew what soup it was. He specifically instructed. Although the people working were hot and sweating a lot, they still had to replenish their water and heat. It accelerated the body's metabolism. Sweat water did not go to the kidneys. If it was cold water, part of the body's heat would go to the kidneys. Urine was always hot. If the body's organs were heated for a long time, the damage would be too great. Others might not understand, but he could not pretend that he did not know. The people on Zhuangzi's bed were obedient. They drank hot water when he asked them to. The sun was high at noon. If they drank cold water, it would be cold water. "Give me half a bowl." "Do you want to drink it, Sanlang?" "Oh, 1 bowl." Empress Wang went over and asked the woman to drink the soup. The woman took the bowl. There was something in the bowl. She scooped the soup and asked, "Do you have oil?" "No, I still want to eat." "I can't eat with too much oil," Empress Wang explained. She did not have the attitude of an empress at all. Empress Wang scooped out the soup and brought it back. She put it between her and Li Longji. "Sanlang, let's drink it together." "Sister-in-law, it's time to change shifts." "Are you still watching your man?" "Go to sleep." "I'll watch your man." A few more women came over and changed shifts with the women here. One of them joked, "Here, I'll go to your house after changing shifts. Your man is also next to you. I don't know if you can take it." This woman was not weak at all. She retorted. The people around laughed. The fatigue in their bodies seemed to disappear a lot. Li Longji also laughed and then fell into deep thought. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi had 3 shifts. It was better than the palace. There were people to replace Zhuangzi at any time. Those who changed shifts could rest for a long time. When they had enough sleep, they would naturally be free. However, their efficiency was not low at all. It was faster than a person working all the time. What was the reason? Ask if you don't understand. Brother E, why do people who take turns to rest for a long time work more than people who work all the time? In detail, it involves the psychology and physiology of a person. It's too complicated. Simply put, if you have enough rest, you can exert all your strength in 8 hours. Li Yi's explanation was very simple. These 8 hours were for outbursts. To be precise, it was more than 12 hours. There was also the time to eat and rest after meals. The more one worked, the more tired one would be. The more tired one was, the slower one would be. Especially when it came to physical work, there was a limit to how long the muscles could withstand fatigue. If they were guarding the door, it did not matter. They could watch while resting. Li Yi paused and added, "The 3 shifts in the logistics department give the people working a kind of dependence and relaxation, because they know that they can eat at any time and take a hot bath at any time, especially the logistics patrol personnel. They walk around and show that Zhuangzi is safe. Those who are tired from work and change shifts to sleep will sleep soundly without any worries. This is called humane management. The price paid is proportional to the benefits." Li said. Li Longji and Empress Wang tried hard to remember and ponder to keep up with the rhythm. Many of the words sounded unfamiliar, but after thinking about it, they understood the meaning. Chapter 33. The 3 of them ate as they walked around Zhuangzi. The whole village was busy. However, Li Longji did not find this kind of work to be urgent or tiring because less than a third of the people were doing the work. It was like an army going to war. Other troops could be transferred to replace them at any time. Those who worked overtime. Those who rested were called out at the last minute, and those who were already rested were called out. "Brother E, I heard that the grape seedlings you bought have few fruits, or the fruits are not sweet." Li Longji saw the people from Zhang clan village at the vineyard and asked Li Yi about it. There were other people hiding in the darkness. Li Yi also noticed that when third brother came over that day, there was an abnormal sound of cooing birds. The weather was still cold. Where did the cooing birds come from? Today the moon was bright and he saw it again. This meant that third brother's guards were very diligent. There were more than 10 people from Zhang clan village. Zhuangzi was watering the grapes. The water wheel was drawn from half of the bamboo and poured into the buckets. The people from Zhuangzi watered the grapes. A large group of people from Zhang clan village watered the grapes. There was only one torch a long distance away. Under the moonlight, there were at least 40 to 50 people working. I thought that it would be a debt of gratitude. I never thought that it would be a debt of gratitude. Li Yi sighed. He was happy. He originally wanted to use technology to exchange for lifespan. He did not expect anything from the people of Zhang clan village. He was prepared for those people to repay kindness with enmity. He did not care. But now he saw many people from Zhang clan village helping to water the grapes. Hien. Li Yi suddenly called out, "Dongzhu." Eunuch Hien stepped forward. "Get someone to bring 100, no, 200 pieces of unscented soap here. Give it to the people of Zhang clan village. Tell them that if they wash their hands with this, they will not get sick." Li Yi instructed. "Understood." The eunuch ran away. 200 pieces of soap. How many people can you hire? Empress Wang calculated. She felt that one piece of soap was enough to keep dozens of people busy for 2 days. "Sister-in-law, I'm not hiring you, but I have a good neighbor. To the north is the imperial plantation, and to the south is the Zhang family village. The Zhang family village is big, so we'll have more contact in the future. Besides, soap is not as good as soap." Li Yi spoke reason. In fact, this was only part of it. Li Yi wanted to turn the Zhang family's village into his own place. Not that he wanted the land to belong to him. Instead, he would set up a village enterprise and become the boss, with the entire village listening to his arrangements. The living standards of the villagers naturally improved greatly. He could also obtain more money and lifespan from it. As for whether a company could influence a village, was there even a need to ask? In the evening, Li Longji and Empress Wang stayed in Zhuangzi again. Fearing that the two of them would be cold at night, Li Yi ordered someone to burn a small bundle of firewood to warm up the wall before removing the fire. Empress Wang couldn't wait to take the medicine. She wanted to have a child. The Empress didn't have a son. It was a very dangerous thing. The next day, the two of them left before dawn again. They left with 600 pieces of soap. They didn't bring any money. 8 million yuan. Li Yi said that he would give them all in copper coins. 2,800 coins. One coin weighed 6 caddies and 4 taels. How could they carry more than 10,000 caddies? After hurrying, Li Longji made it to the court session. He listened to a group of people talking about what to do, what went wrong, and who to impeach. In the past, Li Longji had heard these officials say that it was quite good to be able to grasp some things. However, after listening to Brother Yi's words last night, Li Longji suddenly realized that what were they all talking about? Couldn't they say something useful? Now that the weather is warm and the roads are not good, some rivers and canals should be cleared of silt. Clear the silt, then. What are you talking to me about? Say, in the summer and autumn of last year, the rivers and canals accumulated silt. The river level rose, and it was difficult to travel. The transport of water cannot be delayed, especially in Chang'an. Every day, There are as many ships transporting water as there are hairs on an ox. If the transport of water is difficult to continue, why are you saying all this nonsense? I know. The transport of water needs to use the river. There's a lot of silt in the river, so clear it. I didn't say anything wrong. I said a few thousand words. Aren't you tired? The key is how to clear the silt, how much money to spend, how many people are needed, and where to find the people. Right now, everyone is preparing to harvest the wheat. Can't you list out a list and draw a picture for me? Brother E sells spiced tea eggs with so many data and tables. There are even pictures. If you want to clear the silt, just tell me why you want to clear it. After the court session ended, Lilongji took out the stack of data and tables that Li gave him. After reading it, he sighed. He looked like a baby who was wronged, but didn't say anything. Yao Chong requested an audience. Lilongji picked up the teacup. When he saw that it was cold, he said to Gao Lisher, 2 bowls of warm water. No tea. It's not good to drink too much tea. Your Majesty, this subject sees that your Majesty is not in a good mood today. Did you not rest well last night? Yao Chong directly explained the situation. Lilongji knew that Yao Chong was advising him. If it was in the past, he would still feel that he was in the wrong. Today, he looked at Yao Chong and suddenly smiled. He casually had Gao Lisher hand over the stack of dividends. Yao Chong was puzzled. What was this? He flipped over a page and was stunned. Lilongji drank a mouthful of warm water and said, Li Yi and the Empress have a business deal. The Empress will help take care of the troublemakers and get 70% of the profits. Didn't I go yesterday? Li Yi gave me 2 accounts to look at. He sold a tea egg. The accounts that he gave are the accounts that you see now. Yao Chong listened to Lilongji's words and looked at the accounts and words on the paper. He was already stunned. Was it necessary? It was just selling an egg. You specially came up with these. What kind of accounts were these? He saw some things. But where there was an outlay, there was an outlay. But there was an outlay, there was an outlay. 1 left, 1 right, 1 loan, 1 borrow, 1 increase, 1 decrease. It was clear at a glance. After adding the text description, he looked at the picture at the back. Sigh. Everything turned into a sigh. Yao Chong was not stupid. He could understand, so he knew that accounts could be recorded like this. Then he raised his head, his face full of grief and indignation. Your Majesty, this 100-boiled round egg cost less than 50 coins. He sold it for 500 coins. This subject's family bought a few. Yao Chong had the idea of taking people to Li Yi's Zhuangzi to arrest Li Yi and beat him up. Is it delicious? Lilongji asked, waiting for Yao Chong to say yes. Your Majesty, is it a problem of delicious? 10 times the price. How could he do this? This subject doesn't lack the money. This subject's heart. Yao Chong was about to cry. He was full of grievances. He thought that the 100 boiled eggs and the round egg cost a lot. In the end, the account showed that it was no different from an ordinary egg. It was also cheap, but it was so expensive. Lilongji's face darkened. The Empress took 70% of the profit. Why don't you ask the Empress to return the money you spent on the egg? Lilongji was angry. In a while, Brother E sent people to send the money over. The egg was expensive. You didn't have to buy it. No one forced you to eat it. An egg that cost 50 coins was more expensive than 500 coins. A thresher that cost a few hundred coins. If I gave you 10,000 coins, can you make it without 10,000 coins? Is it easy for us to get some money for the palace? I originally planned to give you 5 pieces of soap, but now it's 1. Lilongji was angry. Yao Chong suddenly understood. He forgot that the Empress took a share, but he still didn't give up and asked, Your Majesty, how much is the cost of soy sauce? Gao Lisher, go get a piece of soap for Yuanji. Lilongji didn't answer and affectionately called out Yao Chong's name. He knew how much soy sauce cost. It was less than 5 coins per caddy, but he didn't say it. If he rewarded the The subject wouldn't be grateful if he said it was 5 coins. If he didn't say it, the subject would naturally compare the price outside. If an egg that cost 50 coins was expensive for 500 coins, it was 10 times the cost to buy soy sauce in the palace. What did I say? Gao Lisher brought over a piece of soap. He was very sensible and took a silk handkerchief to wrap it. The soap was piled up in the back. It was a big box with layers inside. It was padded with a piece of paper. What is this? Yao Chong carefully held the soap and asked, Bring water. Li Longji ordered again. Chapter 34. It turns out to be like this. It turns out to be like this. Yao Chong rubbed the soap on his hands. The more he rubbed, the more satisfied he became, especially when he scratched the back of his hand with his fingernails. The exposed areas looked much whiter. After washing with water and wiping with a towel, he wanted to do it again. Your Majesty, this is good stuff. This soap is many times better than what I usually use. May I know who it is? Your Majesty, it can't be Li, right? The Prime Minister was indeed the Prime Minister, smart. Prime Minister Yao Chong became smart as he spoke. Yesterday His Majesty and the Empress didn't come back. They ran to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. Today he had such good soap to use. It was many times better than the soap powder he used before. Yes. Li Longji spat out a word. His heart was happy. This little brother Yi was his, and no one was allowed to snatch it. Your Majesty, do you have more? I've already used this one. I want to bring a few more home. Yao Chong directly asked for it. Yuanji, how much do you think this soap should be worth? Li Longji asked. Yao Chong understood. His Majesty was throwing a tantrum. How old was he? He couldn't mention the 100 boiled round eggs anymore. Most of the money went into the palace. That Li Yi was a sycophant. No, he wasn't an official yet. He was a sycophant. After criticizing for a while, Yao Chong's mood improved. He said, the soap powders in the capital have different fragrances. 1 coin is 100 copper coins. 1 or 2,000 copper coins. This one is worth 3 taels. It's worth 5,000 copper coins. Yao Chong talked about the most expensive soap powders in the capital. There were many fragrances. The most expensive, 1/10 of a tael, dared to sell for 100 copper coins. But that soap didn't have as many bubbles as the soap he used today. Yuanji, do you want to know the cost? Li Longji asked again. No, it's too hot. Yao Chong threw out the truth. He understood that the cost wasn't high. Yao Qing. Li Longji changed the way he addressed her. How can a summer cucumber be compared to a winter cucumber? I understand. Yao Chong bowed. Gao Lisher, take another 5 pieces and give them to Prime Minister Yao. Li Longji instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Chong expressed his gratitude. Does Yao Qing still blame me and the Empress for going to Li Yi and Zhuangzi? When I was there, I didn't even dare to say that I was the Emperor for fear of alienating our relationship. He only said that he was a brother of 6 and called Li Yi his younger brother. Every time something good happens, brother Yi will always think of me, your brother, that Zhuangzi, heaven on earth. Li Longji said a few more words, meaning that he and the Empress were going there to find good things that would benefit the country and the people, not to play. May 18th, early in the morning, the sky in the east was filled with multicolored light. It looked so beautiful. Yao Chong held a court meeting and found an excuse to change his clothes and take 2 coachmen out of the city in a carriage. After passing through Tonghua Gate, they kept going east until they reached the Bar River. Then he saw a group of people running, some dressed as scholars. Quick, go to Zhang village and help harvest the wheat. It's going to rain. Someone shouted. Yao Chong looked at the sky and felt depressed. Are we going to be drenched in the rain today? He grabbed someone and asked, Where's Li Dongzhu? He went to Zhang village. Let go, I'm going too. The other person threw down a sentence, broke free, and ran away. Go to Zhang village. Yao Chong got on the carriage and ordered. When they arrived, a large group of people were harvesting the wheat. Li Yi and Zhuangzi's children didn't even go to class. They came to help straighten out the wheat. Everyone frantically harvested the wheat, looking at the sky from time to time. Breathing now was more difficult than usual. They were afraid that the wheat would sprout when it rained heavily and the harvest would be over. Li Yi was also working. He was wondering if he should make wine. The sprouted wheat obviously couldn't be eaten, but it could make wine. The technique of making wine wasn't a problem. The problem was whether the imperial court would allow it. Cover the already stacked wheat first. Cloth, bring the cloth over. Don't pick up the small ones first. Put them there, and use the rake later. Don't be afraid of prickling your hands. I'll apply medicine for you later. Carry them out from the pit. Let the rain come first. You guys use the shovel to dig a trench. Make a horizontal trench on the top and connect the two sides to a vertical trench. Let the rain water flow down the trench first. Women, follow me back to Zhuangzi to get soup. Don't forget to bring bowls. Scholars who don't work, go to the side. They're in the way. You older girls, I'll give you the best job. Take care of your younger brothers and sisters. If you take good care of them, you'll get candy. Craftsmen, stay together and don't move. Someone's harvesting tool is broken. Fix it immediately. Li Yi, who was harvesting wheat, stopped harvesting. He saw that the situation was too chaotic and ran around giving orders. The people in Zhuangzi naturally listened. The people in Zhang village also listened. They were convinced by Li Yi. As Li Yi ran around giving orders, the originally messy burying field suddenly became orderly. Yao Chong clasped his hands in front of him. His gaze was always on Li Yi. He watched as the figure who had just been giving orders stood there leisurely drinking soup after straightening things out. Then, Yao Chong's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, he had to admit that the young Dongzhu was indeed capable. The young man stood there as the backbone of everyone. Many people only knew how to be anxious. They were like headless flies. After the young man finished giving orders, everyone found what they needed to do. Yao Chong watched and strolled to the side of a group of scholars who had been chased to the side to watch the commotion. He put his hands behind his back and asked, "Why aren't you helping?" The scholar closest to him looked at him and found that this old man was different from ordinary old men. He had a kind of temperament, he whispered. How can a scholar do such despicable things? Why are the others doing it? Yao Chong was unhappy. Everyone is busy. Just watch. They are counting on Li Yi to give them a free house and free food. Old sir, you might not know, but those people have to clean up their feces every day. The scholar looked down on him and revealed a sense of superiority. Yao Chong slowly nodded and walked towards a scholar who was resting and drinking soup. Are you tired? Yao Chong asked. In reply to old sir, we are not very tired. We do a lot of work on a daily basis. Brother Li Yi once said that some work can strengthen the body. We did, as Brother Li said, we didn't get sick recently. Moreover, after working, we can eat more delicious food. We can also calm down when we study. The scholar raised his sleeves to wipe his sweat and answered with a smile. Yao Chong followed with a smile. I heard that you are lowly laborers who clean up livestock feces. Don't you feel pickled? Only when feces and urine are piled up can one feel pickled. If one feels that feces is not good, one cleans it up. If one feels that one's virtue is lacking, one corrects it. If one does not sweep away the clouds, how can there be light? As the scholar spoke, he looked at the sky. The clouds were gathering and the wind was blowing. He hurriedly ran to continue harvesting the wheat. Perhaps it was because the air pressure was low before the rain and it was too stuffy. Yao Chong took a deep breath and said, What a young man, Dongzhu. If you raise one, you will raise another. It was already noon. The sky was dark and gloomy, accompanied by lightning and thunder. There was still a third of the wheat in the field that had not been harvested. Everyone was so anxious that they did not eat. They just drank a bowl of soup and continued to work hard. Drainage ditches were dug, and the harvested wheat was placed in a relatively safe place and covered with tarps. The children were taken by the older children to Li Yi's Zhuangzi to play. There were many houses and sheds there. Li Yi encouraged everyone. Don't be afraid of getting wet. If you get sick, I will treat it. If the remaining wheat is wet, don't be afraid. I have a way to prevent the wheat from growing mold and germinating. When everyone heard this, they showed a relaxed expression. It was as if they believed whatever Li Yi said. If he said that the wheat would not grow mold and germinate after being drenched in the rain, then it must be true. Do you know how to do it? Yao Chong asked the coachman at home. When he encountered farming, he suddenly remembered the situation when he was threshing the wheat and his heart felt stifled. Master, we don't know. Unless it is sunny tomorrow, we will put it outside to dry. The coachman was in a difficult position. The wheat was drenched in the rain, and it seemed that they could only wait for the weather to improve. Yao Chong touched his stomach. He was hungry. He went over and came to Li Yi's side. Li Dongzhuai, I'm hungry. Please have a bowl of soup. Sir, you don't have to do this. Tao Hong, bring 3 rolls over. Li Yi said to the new palace maid. The palace maid ran over to see Yao Chong. She knew him, but did not dare to say anything. She ran over to get the rolls. Yao Chong was slightly stunned. There were palace maids. When he looked carefully, there were also eunuchs. He was puzzled. He was in a good mood and knew how to respect the elderly. He then asked, I heard you say that you are not afraid of getting the wheat wet. Of course I am afraid. How can I not be afraid? I have to spend money to deal with it. But if I am afraid, won't it rain? Actually, it is best not to harvest the remaining wheat now. When the rain comes, the wheat will be on the straw and the water will flow down. But every villager's land is different. If we harvest together, which family will be worried about the wheat that is left behind? It is better to keep the remaining wheat and threshing it properly. I will spend some money to calm the people. Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. Don't worry about poverty, but worry about insecurity. Li Yi gave a reason why they would harvest, even if it was raining. After harvesting, they still had to threshing in the rain because the people wanted equality. Yao Chong looked at Li Yi carefully again. He was very surprised and puzzled. If he said that this young Dongzhu was not a craftsman, he could always make good tools. If he said that he was not a farmer, he knew a lot about farming. If he said that he was not a businessman, he sold soy sauce and bullshit 100 boiled round eggs that made so much money. If he said that he was not a scholar, the words that came out of his mouth were elegant. How could there be such a person in the world? Dongzhu, Dongzhu, I brought you the big umbrella. Steward Songda and another person ran to Li Yi with a closed umbrella. Open it, I will stand under it. Li Yi said. The big umbrella was indeed a big umbrella. It was twice as big as the big umbrella on Li Yi Street. The bamboo was the backbone and the oilcloth was the surface. Another person came, carrying a big box with a wooden wheel. The umbrella was inserted into the gap of the box. Li Yi stood on it. Yao Chong consciously and shamelessly followed, his face showing some dissatisfaction. Why do you have an umbrella? Because I can't fall sick. I have to treat others. If I fall sick first, what about the other patients? Li Yi looked at Yao Chong as if he was a fool. You also know medicine? Yao Chong did not know the secret. Haha, I know a little. Li Yi was not modest at all. Ah, Yao Chong heard 2 chuckles and took a deep breath. He was not angry. He was not angry at all. The rolls came. When the coachman reached out his hand, the palace maid Tao Hong retracted her hand and glared at him. Then she gave one to Li Yi, one to Yao Chong, and the last one to Zhang Shao, the village chief of Zhang family village. The 2 coachmen who came with Yao Chong were speechless. There were 3 rolls, but there was no roll for the 2 of us. Old sir, please eat. There is meat sauce and scallions inside with hot soup. It's very comfortable. Li Yi said as he took a bite of the roll. Yao Chong also understood that there was indeed only one roll for him. There was no attendant. Brother E, do you still have soap? Third brother gave me 20 yuan. It's not enough. Yao Chong just took a bite of the roll and tasted it when he heard a voice. Then he turned his head and stopped chewing. His eyes widened. Brother E, that's soap. You. Li Qingqi, who ran over, was stunned when he saw Yao Chong. Oh, big brother, this old man is hungry. I gave him a roll. Big brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Li Yi shook the roll in his hand. Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong and smiled, shaking his head. No, I haven't. Old sir, is this roll delicious? Chapter 35. Yao Chong looked at Li Qingqi, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, It's delicious. Really? My brother Yi's cooking skills are amazing. Usually only my third brother, sister-in-law, and I come here to eat. Seeing the heavy rain, why don't you go home? Li Qingqi wanted to drive Yao Chong away. Why did you sneak to brother Yi's Zhuangzi? Be careful. My third brother will deal with you. Yao Chong was depressed. He sneaked in and was first seen by the palace maids and eunuchs. Then he met King Song. He looked at the sky and shook his head. There's no time, I'll take shelter here. When Li Yi and Dongzhi return, I'll go and disturb them. Will Zhuangzi let me go alone? What are you talking about? Not to mention taking shelter. Even if you stay here tonight, brother, he won't let you have a bad night's sleep. Li Yi hurriedly said. The old man didn't have it easy. If he had a follower, he might be able to find another market for the goods in the manor. Shall Xian go back and inform the family? Yao Chong signaled to a coachman. The coachman nodded and turned to run. Wait, Li Yi shouted. Take a raincoat made from oilcloth from the village and leave. Without further instructions, someone went to fetch the clothes. Others used straw raincoats. But Zhuangzi directly used oilcloth to make a raincoat. When a raincoat was delivered, the rain had already fallen. The coachman tried it on and found that it was better than a straw raincoat. A straw raincoat would get wet after being in the rain for a long time and would become heavier. Brother Yi's oilcloth is good. It's lighter than a straw raincoat. Li Qingqi praised and looked at Yao Chong. What he meant was, what do you think? My brother Yi has a lot of good things in Zhuangzi. Yao Chong didn't want to do anything. He did have a lot of good things, but it didn't matter. Brother Yi, how much soap did you give to my third brother? He only gave us 20 yuan each. Li Qingqi directly asked about the amount. He knew that the guarantee had been embezzled. There were many people in the palace, and his third brother still had to reward the ministers. However, 20 of them were not enough in his residence, especially women. Which one would he favor, and which one would he not favor? If another customer came and washed his hands with the soap and felt that it was good, wouldn't he bring the soap back as well? Big brother, why don't I tell you the method you? No. Brother E, I don't want to know how to do it. I just want to do it well. Li Qingqi waved his hand and refused. Third brother said that these things are the foundation of Edi's family. There is no harm in asking for some. The cost is low, but the skill of making them must not be greedy. Therefore, his other brothers did not come to Zhuangzi at all. They were afraid that their subordinates would provoke Li Yi and make their third brother unhappy. He would always come here personally and never let anyone from the manor come here alone. How much do you need? Li Yi asked directly. 200. I'll give it to my other brothers. Li Qingqi gestured with 2 fingers. Okay, for 100. Li Yi doubled the price. Until now, there had never been any official or civilian forces that had tried to cause trouble for Zhuangzi. This proved that his brothers had indeed resorted to underhanded means. It was just soap. If he sold it, he would earn money. If he didn't sell it, it would only be counted as the cost. All right, I won't be like third brother. I'll definitely share the soap with my brothers. Li Qingqi promised. Listening by the side, Yao Chong was in a bad mood. His Majesty had given him 5 pieces of soap and told him to bring it home. His family would be overjoyed. Yet, right before his eyes, King Song wanted 200 pieces, and Li Yi gave him 400. There were many of them, and they weren't worth much. While Yao Chong was in a dilemma, the rain began to pour. A layer of mist first formed on the ground, and soon bubbles began to form. The harvested wheat had already been processed, and there was still a fifth of it swaying in the wind and rain. Li Qingqi also stood on top of the wooden box, and the 3 of them squeezed together. The palace maids and eunuchs opened their umbrellas and gave some to Manager Song and the village head. The palace maids didn't dare to get close to the eunuchs. The 4 of them usually stayed by Li Yi's side and didn't do anything else. They would only do it when Li Yi gave them instructions. The villagers supported them. In the palace, there was no need for them to work. Standing there in their palace attire was ostentatious. "May I ask, how should I address you?" Yao Chong looked at the rain outside and suddenly asked Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi gave Yao Chong a disdainful look and said, "The eldest son of the Li family, from the 6th Li village in the west of the city." "May I know, Yao Chong?" He thought to himself, "Damn, you guys even arranged my identity." "My family doesn't have much land. I heard that the Li family village by the Ba River has divine tools, so I came to take a look to express my gratitude." Yao Chong avoided the topic of his identity. "Big brother, you helped me promote it? That's great. You should let the 22 districts in the capital first. Next year, the other districts will naturally follow suit." Li was happy. The Tang dynasty was based on agriculture, and promoting agriculture had a great effect on the development of society. Li Qingqi put his arm around Li Yi's shoulder and asked, "Brother Yi, have you heard of steamed pot chicken recently?" "Big brother, you said that the imperial plantation was sold by Supervisor Wang Xing? I taught him how to make it, and I also gave him the steamed pot. Let's eat steamed pot chicken tonight." Li Yi generously admitted that there were many good snacks. Li Qingqi didn't intend to just eat. "Do you still have steamed pots? Give me a few sets." "Yes, I have. I'll give them to Big Brother together with the recipe." Li Yi was straightforward. "Aye." Yao Chong also wanted to eat. After finishing the last bite of the roll, he realized that he was even hungrier. The key was the sauce inside. It was spicy and comfortable to eat. "Old sir, what do you want?" Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong and asked. Yao Chong, it was possible. He wanted to go back and impeach King Song. However, he couldn't do that. After the matter with Princess Taiping was settled, His Majesty had to show the world that brothers should be respectful to each other. In the 3-character classic written by Dongzhu, there was a saying, "Father and son should be grateful to each other. Brothers should be friends, and brothers should be respectful." Let me ask you what steamed pot chicken is. Yao Chong compromised. He didn't want it anymore. However, when he thought of the 3-character classic, he felt a little jealous of Dongzhu. Why did he know so many things? "Old sir, let's eat together tonight," Li Yi invited. "Thank you." Yao Chong was satisfied. At least he could eat. Lightning flashed in the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. Harvesting wheat became more and more difficult. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Many people were looking at the position of the umbrella. The umbrella stood there like a flag. The scholars who were watching the commotion ran back to the house of the village's landlord. Looking at the rain outside, they weren't in the mood to study at all. Li Yi and Zhuangzi's 42 students carried wheat straws in the heavy rain. They were soaked from head to toe, but they didn't feel anything. "Big brother, if you have a way, give these people a chance," Li Yi said to Li Qingqi. "I understand," Li Qingqi replied. With his identity as King Song, it wasn't a problem for him to arrange a small unit for the 42 students. Moreover, there was also his 3rd brother. If they were pleasing to the eye, as long as they displayed their ability, they could be promoted to a higher official. "You mean to let them take the imperial examination to select officials?" Yao Chong asked casually. Of course. Li didn't avoid the topic and said, if one doesn't know farming, how can an official know the hardships of farming and teach farmers? You can ask someone who is familiar with farming, Yao Chong replied. How will you know if it's right or wrong? Li Yi asked again. If it's wrong, they will be punished. Yao Chong still had something to say. How will you know if it's right or wrong? When the farmers fail to harvest a single grain, will you punish the person who came up with the idea? Who will take care of the losses of the farmers? Will the government compensate? Li Yi asked a series of questions. Yao Chong lowered his head and drew circles in his heart. This young man is too hateful. Old mister, please don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Li Yi apologized to the old man. Yao Chong's face turned red. How is it unrelated to me? I'm the Prime Minister. Li Qingqi laughed. Great. Yao Chong. Oh, Yao Chong. To think that you would have such a day. Yao Chong glared at him. Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson. Li Qingqi glared back. What's wrong? If you have the ability, get my third brother to kill all of us. Sigh. Yao Chong sighed. Chapter 36. The big wooden box was pushed by Li Yi and Li Qingqi to the riverside. Yao Chong followed behind them on the ground. He was too embarrassed to stand on top of it and be pushed. The palace maid Tao came over and shared an umbrella with Yao Chong. She could ignore other people, but she couldn't allow the Prime Minister to catch a cold. What other good things does Li Yi have? Yao Chong took the opportunity to ask the palace maid. Tao Hong shook her head. Prime Minister Yao, don't ask. I won't tell you. Why? Yao Chong felt hurt. How dare a palace maid talk to me like this? General Gao won't allow it. Prime Minister Yao Chong also knows that His Majesty values Li Dongzhu. Tao Hong secretly threatened Yao Chong. Yao Chong felt even more hurt. How come when it came to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, everyone dared to talk back to him? When they reached the riverside, the rain was still heavy. The water wheel by the riverside turned leisurely. The harvested wheat was put on the threshing machine to be threshed. A dozen water droplets splashed, and the rainwater mixed with the wheat grains went down. It was the first time Yao Chong saw a water-powered threshing machine. It was indeed much faster than walking in the palace. Someone on the side prepared a pole and a pole. There were earth baskets on both sides of the pole. The wheat grains that were threshed were immediately put into the baskets and carried to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Below the pole was a big basket. The basket was loaded and carried by one person at the front and back. Brother, how do we deliver things to Zhuangzi? Li Qingqi was curious. Yao Chong stood on the box again and listened. He also didn't know how to deal with the wheat that was wet from the rain. Li Yi looked at everyone working and explained there are kilns in the manor. Some of the kilns are specially used to braise charcoal. After braising the charcoal, there will be ash. There are also stoves that burn firewood. Not all stoves burn charcoal. The charcoal ash will be kept in the manor and used to make fertilizer. There are also dry wheat straws that have been shelled to feed the animals. Take the wheat grains, put the ash at the bottom and the wheat straws at the top. Mix the wheat grains with salt first and then spread them on top. This way, it won't get moldy for a few days. Li Yi almost blurted out the matter of using plant ashes to make soap. What about the salt? Li Qingqi asked the question that Yao Chong wanted to ask. It's gone with one sieve, Li Yi replied. Can we still eat salt? Li Qingqi was concerned about this. You can eat it if you want. Li nodded. In fact, he did not plan to eat the salt at all. After the saponification of plant ash and oil, the soap would become soft and less foamy. At this time, salt would be added, and the effect would be different. With glycerin, there was still some salt left. Otherwise, the soap produced by boiling the pancreas and plant ashes would be soft. After drying and drying, it would be harder. However, There would not be many bubbles when washing it, so it would not be fun. Some of the salt was sifted out to make soap, while the rest was on the wheat straw. Don't worry about it. Feed the wheat straw to the cows and horses, and the cows and horses also eat salt. How much salt is appropriate? Yao Chong was concerned about the ratio. Since the salt could still be eaten, he thought that more people would use this method to preserve the wet wheat. 200 for common wheat and 3 for salt. Li Yi gave the ratio of 200 to 3. Yao Chong noted it down secretly. So that's how it is. What I'm talking about is that there is no water on the wheat. If there is water, you need to empty it first and use other things to absorb it, such as grainless wheat straw and plant ashes. Li Yi saw that the old man wanted to learn, but he was afraid that the old man would make a mistake and turn the water into salt water. Pickling wheat? Yao Chong nodded his head and noted it down again. He planned to wander around the agriculture temple one day and ask others about it. Then he would give them some pointers and show them his capability. Apparently, Li Qingqi had guessed Yao Chong's plan, so he gave him a contemptuous look. When the sky turned dark, the rain did not seem to stop at all. After all the wheat was harvested, the grains were removed from those that were drenched by the rain, while the grains in front were covered with a thatch. They continued to dig the drainage ditch. Someone went to Zhuangzi to deliver food to the elders of the Zhang family's village and told them that everyone was fine. The others were taken to Zhuangzi to take a hot bath and eat. Li Yi changed 100 thermometers, the kind that could be clipped under the armpit. He spent 50 hours of his lifespan to teach everyone how to use it and take their temperature. He did not care about the 50 hours of lifespan because today's work had increased his lifespan by 320 hours. Whenever someone's body temperature exceeded 38 degrees Celsius, he would give them a pill. The pill did not kill the cold virus. It only supported the treatment and lowered the temperature. In fact, drinking ginger sugar water to sweat and then paying attention to rest was enough. However, Li Yi was afraid that someone would have a fever and pneumonia, and it would be troublesome for him to treat them. Those who had a fever and took the medicine felt that they were fully recovered. They dared to rush out and swim in the rain. Those who did not have a fever were annoyed. Why was it not hot? They really wanted to take the medicine. After the people of the Zhang family's village finished their meal, they went back in the rain. Li Yi invited the old man and his elder brother to take a bath. He had a small pool of his own. The old man was very embarrassed. Li Qingqi went in directly and then stood up. It was too hot. Li Yi held a bucket of cold water in each hand and touched the cold water in the pool. Okay, just soak like this, Li Yi said comfortably after he went in. Brother Yi, your soup is not bad. It's better than soaking in a wooden bucket. The space is big, Li Qingqi praised. Yao Chong agreed in his heart. It was indeed good. It was similar to the hot spring soup. It was a pity that the hot spring soup was first used by the royal family and was rarely given to the ministers. When he saw the soap in the soap box next to him, he was not in a good mood. This was because he saw the villagers of Zhuangzi outside shouting to take a bath. Each of them was holding the same box. This meant that everyone had soap. Soap could be seen everywhere in Zhuangzi. There were several places for the workers to wash their hands and eat. Thinking about it, all the villagers had soap. Obviously, the soap was not valuable. After taking a bath, Li Yi asked Li Qingqi, "Shall we eat now?" "Li Dongzhu, I heard that you have a cafeteria in Zhuangzi. Why don't we eat there?" Yao Chong suggested. Li Yi looked at the old man and agreed. The three of them went to the cafeteria with umbrellas. Li Yi was also carrying a steamer pot. The three of them found corner and sat down. The steamer pot was placed in the middle. Li Yi asked 2 people to take the food. "Don't take too much at once. It'll be a waste if you eat leftovers," Li Yi told the old man. Yao Chong went to take the food. He was in a bad mood again. He saw many pots of soy sauce. There was such expensive soy sauce outside, but there was a small pot on the table in Zhuangzi's cafeteria. There was also a pot of vinegar. In other words, Soy sauce could be eaten freely. For a moment, he had the thought of stealing a pot of soy sauce. He sat back down gloomily. The steamer pot didn't smell good anymore. He wanted to criticize Li Yi. For example, he lowered the price of the soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs. Uncle, San Lang and I are here. They said you were in the cafeteria. Empress Wang's voice came at this moment. Li Qingqi looked up. Yao Chong turned his head. When he saw them, his hands trembled and his chopsticks fell to the ground. Empress Wang and Li Longji came in and saw Li Qingqi and Yao Chong at the same time. Ah, Big Brother is also here. Who is this? Empress Wang pointed at Yao Chong and asked unkindly. Sister-in-law, the old man came to visit Zhuangzi today. He couldn't go back because of the heavy rain, so he needs to stay overnight. Li Yi stood up and pulled a chair. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong. Hello, old man. Let's eat together. Yao Chong felt a strong, murderous aura. It was the kind that could kill. This chair and table are good. After a long time, Yao Chong squeezed out a sentence. Chapter 37. As Yao Chong spoke, he touched the chair and found that it was indeed quite good. The chair and table were foldable. They were Li Yi's things for long periods of time. Nowadays, chairs had backrests, but they were made of pure wood instead of metal. Otherwise, there were only chairs, praying mats, folding stools, and benches. There was also something special for backrests, which was the upper part of the chair. Find a place to lean on and support it, then sit cross-legged on the ground. Generally, only rich people had them. Ordinary people could only eat by squatting. Brother Yi, let's eat in your courtyard. Li Longji didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. There were too many people. What if something was heard? Third brother is right. This old man insisted on eating in the cafeteria. Li Qingqi sold out Yao Chong. Yao Chong was angry. Li Yi politely said to Yao Chong, Old man, let's eat together? These two brothers of mine are both relatives of the emperor. Okay. Yao Chong wanted to go, as if he didn't understand the hint. So what if they're relatives of the emperor? I'm the prime minister. It's just a meal. Why can't I eat with his majesty? You silly boy. Relatives of the emperor? So the 5 people returned to Li Yi's courtyard. The eunuchs and palace maids were in place. They brought water to wash their hands and were responsible for putting the dishes on the table. Then they retreated far away. They shouldn't listen to things that they shouldn't hear. Yao Chong felt a toothache. Is Li Yi an external minister? I can't eat with His Majesty and the Empress unless it's a special occasion. Third brother and sister-in-law came in the rain. Do you feel unwell? Chui Lu, bring the thermometer and take my sister-in-law to check alone. Li Yi naturally cared about their health. Chui Lu agreed and brought Empress Wang in. Li Longji directly stuffed the thermometer under his armpit. While waiting, he said to Li Yi, How do we solve the problem of dampness in the rain? Third brother, you can put the pieces of charcoal in small bags and place them in every corner of the house, especially the damp areas. In addition to charcoal, lime and quicklime can also be stored in small bags to absorb moisture. But there are too many bags of quicklime. We need to open the windows to prevent the quicklime from heating up when it comes into contact with water. Li Yi proposed 2 methods, the latter of which had requirements. I'll try it when we get home, Li Longji said with a smile. He reached out and touched Li Yi's head. Li Yi. Why couldn't he avoid it? Yao Chong. So the dampness in the house can be solved this way? His Majesty asked as soon as he arrived, and Li Yi answered directly. If you sweat a lot, especially under your armpits, what if your clothes get wet? Li Longji asked again. Let me take a look, Li Yi said as he washed his hands again. Then he put his hand under Li Longji's armpit. He took it out, looked at it, smelled it, and washed his hands. Third brother, it's not a big deal. If you still feel uncomfortable, you can use that cloth to cushion your armpits or make clothes. Today, I'll plant the seeds that Big Brother found in the manor. When the time comes, I'll weave comfortable cloth and send it to big brother, third brother, and other brothers. Li Yi explained the situation and mainly used clothes to adjust it. Do you have medicine? Li Longji asked again. Medicine. Raw astragalus, stir-fried atractylodes, macrocephala, add fong powder, and use honey to make big honey pills. Take it orally. 5 portions of raw astragalus, 2 portions each of stir-fried atractylodes, macrocephala, and fong. Li Yi gave him the prescription. There were many of these in the system. He would occasionally read it when he was studying medicine. When he was studying Western medicine, he would learn Chinese medicine. He was used to it. Yao Chong listened on the side and understood why His Majesty and the Empress always went to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. They were just chatting before the meal. But this young man answered whatever His Majesty asked. He answered every question. It was too scary. How did he learn? Even if he started learning when he was in his mother's womb, he couldn't have learned so many skills, right? Li Qingqi saw Yao Chang's surprised look and looked at him with disdain. He thought to himself, Prime Minister, haha. Li Yi went out of the kitchen and came back with hot hand-grilled mutton and lamb face in half a quarter of an hour. Not long after, Empress Wang also came out. Holding the thermometer in her hand, she looked around and said, Uncle, I'll keep this. Sister-in-law, just use it. Li Yi didn't care. Li Longji took out his thermometer. Li Yi taught him how to read it. It was 36, 6 degrees. No problem. He also gave this thermometer. Do you drink? Li Yi asked Yao Chong. Sorry to trouble Li Dongzhu. Yao Chong said. Li Qingqi and Li Yi also drank. Li Longji and Empress Wang drank soup. Empress Wang was taking medicine to see if she could have a baby. She didn't drink. Yao Chong was indeed hungry. He was also a little cold. It was raining outside, so he didn't wear many clothes. He drank a mouthful of wine first, then the soup in the steam pot chicken. He let out a long breath and felt better. Turning his head, he remembered something and said to Li Dongzhu, I have cramps in my legs and sweat at night. Sometimes my body aches. What's wrong with me? Li Yi was in a difficult position. He felt that many diseases were suitable for this question. However, looking at the old man's complexion and the way he walked, he gave the diagnosis with the highest probability. Do you drink milk? Li Yi asked. Li Dongzhu, what do you mean? Yao Chong was angry. Don't worry. Li Yi opened his hands and made a small gesture of surrender. Listen to Brother Yi. Li Longji said, Sir, do you drink milk from cows and goats? Do you eat Kuinbiyu? There are sour horns in the south. They should be sold in Chang. And do you eat chicken liver and pig liver? If you don't eat much, eat more. Take advantage of the sunny weather and bask in the sun outside. Li Yi gave a solution. He judged that the old man lacked calcium. He could directly give a comprehensive calcium tablet, but why? It would cost his lifespan. Is that so? Yao Chong understood. He gave a prescription, but it was all about food and basking in the sun. I'm sorry for offending you. I'll give it a try when I get back. Yao Chong cupped his fist. He believed most of it and wanted to ask the medical doctors. Uncle, the pillows in your house are better for me to sleep. I'll take a few back. What's inside? Empress Wang was afraid that Yao Chong would feel awkward and change the topic. Rice husks and wheat bran. It's slightly tighter when you're filling it. It'll be soft when you sleep. It's more comfortable than ceramic pillows, wooden pillows, and silk pillows. Li Yi introduced the pillows in Zhuangzi. He liked this kind of pillow. Press the 2 sides of the pillow, and the middle one would be hard. Then move the head on the pillow and adjust it. In summer, there was no quilt to hug, so he prepared an extra pillow. It was cool and comfortable to hug. Yao Chong listened at the side and took note of the various foods that Li Yi mentioned. Then he suddenly found that he was very willing to stay on Zhuangzi. He would have the answer to anything he asked. Moreover, Zhuangzi looked very warm. There was no fighting and scheming. Wasn't the manner in front of him exactly what he had imagined in his dreams? The young man beside him was always so cheerful, as if nothing could stop him. Even the farmers often smiled. If every household in the Tang dynasty was like this, Yao Chong suddenly shivered and dared not to think about it. That would be the golden age of the Tang dynasty. It was no wonder that His Majesty and the Empress always wanted to go to Zhuangzi to eat together and talk. They were in a good mood. "Old man, do you like to eat fish?" Li Yi drank a mouthful of wine and remembered that the old man lacked calcium. There was no other way. It was a professional habit. "Yes. Steamed fish is okay, but it's not good to make it fishy." Yao Chong answered honestly with a look of expectation. "I have a good idea. Ask the servant to fry the fish in soybean oil first. Don't let the fish be too big. It can't fit in a pot. Fry it until it's golden brown on both sides. Add some onion and ginger slices. If possible, add soy sauce and some wine. Generally, half a bowl is enough. Cover the pot and boil it on high heat. Then simmer it on low heat. Then, add the juice on high heat. It's delicious." Li Yi taught Yao Chong how to cook the fish. Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi were all listening. When it came to eating, they had nothing to say to Brother Yi. They just needed to do as he said. Yao Chong was fine with other things, but when he heard about soy sauce, he felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by adding soy sauce if possible? Your family can eat soy sauce casually, but mine is very expensive. Chapter 38. Brother Yi, wait a moment. Let me write it down. Li Qingqi skillfully entered Li Yi's study room and found something. He first wrote down the medicine for his third brother, then wrote down the food Yao Chong should eat, and lastly how to cook the fish. "Elder, here you are." Li Qingqi handed the paper to Yao Chong. Yao Chong cupped his fist. "Thank you, Song, for the gift." Li Qingqi thought for a while and wrote another one. He glanced at Yao Chong and Li Longji. Li Longji understood. He took this one and gave it to the retired emperor. Yao Chong's eyes were fixed on the two words soy sauce on the paper. He had a lot of things to say. In the end, he sighed, "Soy sauce." While speaking, he looked at Li Longji, which meant, "Your Majesty, I want to eat this fish. There is no soy sauce. You can do as you see fit." Li Longji blinked twice at Yao Chong, which meant, "No problem. I will give it to you later. You can continue to pretend." Brother Yi. Li Longji still had something to ask Li Yi. It was not easy for him to come here. He had to know more. "Third brother, what's wrong?" Li Yi cooperated. "After harvesting the stalks of the rice and wheat, the cows don't like to eat them. What should we do?" Li Longji asked. "Generally, it is mixed with beans. It is best to fry the beans and grind them into powder. Raw beans are not easy for the cows to absorb." As usual, Li Yi answered all the questions and answered all of them correctly. Then he said, "But I have a good idea. Qingchu, cut it down in summer and autumn when there is still green grass and ferment it. Cows love to eat this. Horses and sheep can also eat some sometimes. Mix it with other dry ingredients and feed it. The cows will not lose weight in winter." "Is that true?" Yao Chong shouted first. He did not know what to say. It was too strange. Just ask a random question, and he would give a perfect solution in front of this young man. It looked so simple. "Of course," Li Yi said matter-of-factly. "Brother Yi, please write down Qingchu's method," Li Longji said expectantly. "All right." Li Yi agreed. He took a pen and paper and began to write down how to carry out the Qingchu process and how many other ingredients should be used to feed the horses, cows, and sheep. Yao Chong trembled when he saw the words appear. It wasn't that the handwriting was good. The handwriting was in regular script. He had seen it many times, so it didn't matter. He was shocked by the content. His heartbeat quickened and his breathing quickened. He looked up at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled and nodded at him. Yao Chong nodded his head vigorously, expressing his admiration. His Majesty was indeed His Majesty. He had discovered someone with great ability. He was simply an all-rounder, capable of doing what others could not. Li Chengqi understood the exchange of glances between the two and felt very hurt. "It's me. I came to take a look when I heard the children reciting the 1,000-character classic together. You only know the joy of this moment. But do you know the shock that the child brought to me that day under the morning sun? It was a kind of power that made one's heart surge. As for the children reciting the 3-character classic, it was simply the most beautiful sound in the world. Brother Yi, when I first came to Zhuangzi, now that I think about it, it's like yesterday," Li Qingqi said. Li Longji looked at him. "Brother, what do you mean? You came first, but I'm the emperor." "Yes, brother, you helped Zhuangzi a lot. If you didn't help me find connections, it wouldn't be easy for me to sell soy sauce in Zhuangzi." Li Yi was also very emotional. Life was so wonderful. To be able to meet a benefactor, it saved a lot of trouble. Moreover, Big Brother and Third Brother were not greedy for money. They just wanted to play with Zhuangzi. "Uncle, can pigs eat this thing?" Empress Wang asked when she found that there were only ingredients for horses, cows, and sheep but no pigs. "Sister-in-law, I don't agree with giving pigs to the Qingqiu. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not good for the people's livelihood. Horses, cows, and sheep are mostly used and eaten by the rich. The Qingqiu needs a lot of manpower and space. Ordinary people raise fewer pigs, so it's better to harvest pigweed. When winter comes, the pigs will be killed. I gave the ratio of ingredients for horses, cows, and sheep. When people who want to raise pigs on a large scale know about it, they will naturally stock up and think about how much to add." Li Yi suggested that, from the perspective of pig farmers, not everyone should use the Qingqiu ingredients. It was just like how he couldn't casually force a villager to build a methane pool. In the end, even if they built it, it would be a waste of money. "Li Dongzhu, there are people who can use it, and there are people who can't?" Yao Chong said. "Of course. Counties are different, villages are different, and people are different. Isn't it unreasonable to make a one-size-fits-all policy? We have to adapt to the local conditions, the time, and the people. If a county is close to the water, fish can survive. If a county is inland, there are no fish to raise. If the imperial court orders all counties to raise fish, the people in the inland counties will have no way to make a living. If a person is strong, he can use his strength. If a person is weak, he can use his wisdom. Therefore, the bearers and bamboo weavers are both making a living, but they can't be ordered to carry and weave bamboo." Li Yi explained how to implement the administration to the local areas and even to each person. This was what it meant to pacify the people, comfort the people, and educate the people. It was such a simple thing. In his era, more than 90% of the people on the internet understood that whoever made a one-size-fits-all policy would be scolded to death. But at this moment, when he said it, everyone was shocked. Yao Chong stood up and bowed with his hands clasped. "Thank you, Li Dongzhu, for your teachings." "Old man, you don't have to be so polite. You're not an official. You don't have to do such things for your family. Take a seat." Li Yi stood up and pressed Yao Chong down again. "Yao Chong, my family is quite big. I'm the prime minister. Why don't I need it?" "Yes, old man, you should drink. Don't get drunk." Li Longji was also shocked, but he didn't express it. Seeing how agitated Yao Chong was, he was afraid that Yao Chong would reveal his identity, so he quickly warned him. "Did he drink too much?" Yes. Yao Chong replied. He looked at Li Yi with gleaming eyes. Empress Wang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She felt that it was much more fun here than in the palace. Brother E, look what I've brought you." "Two, I just buried them. It was raining heavily, so they all ran away. I dug them out, ha ha ha. Ugh." Before Li Longji and Yao Chong could recover from Li Yi's words, a person rushed in. He laughed heartily, but suddenly, as though someone had grabbed his neck, he stopped abruptly. Wang Xing had arrived. His body was drenched in rain, and he stood there with his eyes darting around. What's going on? King Song, His Majesty, the Empress. Why is Prime Minister Yao here too? Are you guys having a small court meeting? Wang Xing, I know you. Lower your voice. Don't scare this old man. Li Qingqi reacted quickly, fearing that Wang Xing would spill the beans. Ah yes, I'll tell you slowly. Wang Xing's IQ and EQ came online at the same time. Thank you, King Song. Brother E, isn't this Supervisor Wang of the Imperial Plantation? Are you working with the Imperial Plantation now? Li Qingqi asked casually. He didn't need to act as an imperial relative, so it was normal for him to know the eunuchs of the Imperial Plantation. Li Yi also panicked. It was best not to let more people know about the matter of digging up someone's grave. Thus he continued, Yes, big brother. I'm raising chickens and ducks with Imperial Plantation now, and I'm planting wood ears. Wood ears can be planted. Big brother, third brother, do you know that? Yes, I've planted them over there. Wang Xing reacted quickly. He didn't want others to know that he had just dug up 2 people's graves and sent them over. How do you plant wood ears? How do you plant them? Yao Chong came to the rescue at the crucial moment. Everyone was afraid, so they quickly changed the topic. Chapter 39. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, go ask him. I guess it's because of the rain and the fungus can't grow well. I'll ask Brother Wang. Keep this a secret. Li Yi left the table and followed Wang Xing out. Outside, in the heavy rain, Wang Xing stretched out 2 fingers. 2. They were buried last night and the rain was heavy. They cried and ran away. I brought some men to dig them out and finish the graves. Wang Xing did not have any complaints. Since Prime Minister Yao was here, what was the point of doing some work? Thank you, Brother Wang. Quick, follow me to the back. Li Yi brought Wang Xing and the 3 eunuchs to move the 2 corpses inside. Li Yi examined the corpses and confirmed that they were not faking their deaths. Otherwise, they would have been saved. Brother Wang, bring them to bathe. Throw away their clothes and change. We'll have a drink later. Li Yi said happily to Wang Xing, No. Brother Yi, after bathing and changing my clothes, I'll eat in the canteen. I have no time to entertain you. Wang Xing refused. Have a drink together? Don't joke. All right, Brother Wang, come back in 10 days. Li Yi gave a time limit. In 10 days, he had finished the 2 cadavers. It was somewhat extravagant. Wang Xing brought the 3 eunuchs to bathe happily. They had recently made a lot of money from selling steamed chicken. They just helped dig a grave, and it was not like they would not return it. It was a small matter. Li Yi took care of the 2 corpses. They must not rot. He exchanged them for formalin and placed them in the large glass cylinder that he had exchanged for earlier. Only then did he feel relieved. He was not afraid of any problems. Li Yi bowed to the 2 corpses. Thank you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Your contributions will definitely bring medicine to new heights and save more lives. I will treat everyone who needs treatment with pure professionalism. I will do my best and not hesitate. At this moment, Li Yi was solemn and dignified. Then he strode out. When Li Longji and the rest saw Li Yi again, they found that his temperament was different. His gaze was more determined. Even if his clothes were wet, he did not look embarrassed. I'll go change first, Li Yi said as he ran into the house. Your Majesty, is there something going on? Yao Chong was more sensitive. It's fine. Li Longji denied without thinking. It was fine even if something happened. Your Majesty, I still want Li Yi to enter the imperial court, even if I don't want to. Li Longji refused again, not giving Prime Minister Yao any face. He was not like this in the past. But Your Majesty, his abilities... Zhen and the Empress can come here a few more times. Li Longji gave a solution. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would come over and bring the Empress along. If he wanted to ask anything, he would ask. Anyway, brother, you seem to know everything. Li Qingqi chimed in. Yao Xiang, don't even think about Brother Yi. Do you think you're the only one who thinks he's good? How about this? You go home and cook fish. I'll make soy sauce for you. King Song, are you trying to bribe this minister? Yao Chong glared at Wang Chong. He wanted to settle all the grudges he had with King Song. Don't you know how many times you have looked at me with disdain? Soy sauce isn't worth much. How can it be considered as a bribe? Isn't that right, third brother? Li Qingqi asked. As soon as he spoke of this, Yao Chong's temper flared up. Soy sauce isn't worth much? How could you say something like that? King Song, have some shame. Yuanji, bring 20 jin of soy sauce from the palace tomorrow to cook fish, Li Longji said. He was worried that something might happen to Yao Chong. His health was important, and soy sauce wasn't worth much. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Chong felt like crying. He didn't know if he was crying because of the good stuff His Majesty gave him, or because the good stuff wasn't that valuable. Why was a drop of soy sauce from the cafeteria in Zhuangzi so hard to come by? This Li Yi was too smart. He turned soy sauce into a tribute and even pulled the Empress to sell the 100 boiled eggs together. He gave up 70% of the profits just like that. What a heartless person. Why would a young man do such a thing? Come. I took some time to peel a reed just now. Soak the skin in vinegar. Have a taste. Li Yi came out just as Yao Chong was feeling conflicted. He even brought out a plate of radish skin. Yao Chong looked at the radish skin and didn't feel like eating it. He asked, "Why isn't the reed used to make dishes?" "It's just chafing. I didn't store enough ice last winter, so I couldn't bear to use it to suppress the reed. Once the temperature was high, the reed would come into contact with too much oxygen and lose its water content. Thus it chafed." Li Yi tried to reason with them, but no one understood. Li Yi felt that the name reed was a little awkward, so he said, "I call the reed radish. It's written in the Qiming Encyclopedia, but the planting method is similar to that of pine, so the yield isn't high." Li Longji and the others didn't care about the fact that the reed was called radish. However, when they heard Li Yi say that it was the same as that of pine, the yield wasn't high, Li Longji asked, "Is there a way to increase the yield?" "There is," Li Yi answered. Yao Chong raised his hand to his forehead. He was worried. He knew everything. When he became an official in the future, he wouldn't be able to control him. Yao Chong still wanted to control Li Yi, but he didn't know that Li Yi and Li Longji had degraded him. "We grow radishes here. Usually they are planted at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. They are harvested at the end of autumn and the beginning of winter," Li Yi began to speak. In fact, he was reading from the book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have memorized this kind of knowledge. Now, he didn't even know how to memorize it. When he had time, he would read medical books. He had to memorize medical books so that he could quickly remember when he encountered an illness. The eunuch wrote at the side. Li Yi didn't speak quickly. The eunuch also wrote a lot of wrong words, but it was already good. At least, the palace maids and eunuchs who were assigned to Zhuangzi could write. When they had free time, the palace maids and eunuchs would look for books to read. When they were rotated, they could also take a few books and soy sauce with them. Then they would wait for the first 3 shifts to be rotated. The 4th shift would be transferred back. There were a total of 16 people. If anyone didn't perform well and was replaced by someone else, it would be useless even if they cried to death. They talked while eating and the young eunuch wrote. It was still raining outside. Li Longji listened to the sound of the rain and showed a sad expression. "I don't know how many people's wheat will become moldy." "Third brother E had a method just now. Use salt. If it rains for days, the wheat can't be dried out. But 200 caddies of wheat can be mixed with 3 caddies of salt. When the time comes, a lot of salt can be sifted out." Li Qingqi remembered what he asked before. Yao Chong echoed, "That's right. The wheat that the Zhang family village harvested later has already been properly settled in Master Li's manor. Any kind of salt is fine." Li Longji didn't doubt whether the method was right. He cared about the salt used. Naturally, fine salt is the best. But fine salt is difficult to recover after use, and the price is high. It's better to use coarse salt. Li Yi was not satisfied with any kind of salt from the Tang dynasty. When he made soap in Zhuangzi, he also processed the salt and turned it into fine salt. Unfortunately, there was no iodine to add. Thinking of iodine, Li Yi said to everyone, "In summer, eat more spinach and celery. The oysters by the sea are not valuable. You can ask someone to dry them and ship them here." Li Yi wanted everyone to supplement iodine. As for another good iodine supplement, kelp, now called kunbu, was very expensive. Clams were also expensive, but not many people ate oysters. Seaweed was expensive even in the world of artificial farming, let alone here. People by the sea didn't eat oysters, just like how they didn't eat sea cabbage. Only later did things become valuable. Sea cabbage, which was used to feed ducks, became a delicious side dish. Many people called oysters, and it was no longer something that poor people ate when they were hungry. Li Yi said and thought, and he slandered himself. He wanted to eat seafood, but Kunbu didn't want it. How could kelp be better than scallops? Chapter 40. The two eunuchs rubbed their wrists when they finished writing about growing radishes. Empress Wang gave the eunuchs a pot with a chicken in it. The four of them looked at Li Longji. Although they were in charge of the imperial harem, and Gao Lisher's power was not as great as Empress Wang's, the emperor was here. "Eat. Sister-in-law gave it to you." Li Yi ordered. "I'm Dongzhu. Why are you looking at others in Zhuangzi?" The four of them were indeed hungry. They first filled a small bowl with chicken soup and then used chopsticks to dig out the soft meat. "Brother Yi, are the things you mentioned worthless at the seaside?" Li Qingqi was concerned. "Yes, especially the oysters and the sea. They look like kanpo but are different. They are 1 inch wide and a few feet long. The edges are like centipede legs. Both of them can be dried in the sun or in the shade. I'll draw a picture. You will know after you see it." Li Yi felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so he directly used a brush to draw the oysters with and without the shell. He also did not know the name of the sea cabbage now. "Uncle, is it delicious?" Empress Wang looked at the picture and asked about the taste. "It's delicious when I make it. It's not easy to get neck disease after eating it. Those with neck disease should not eat it." "Oh, old man, it's good for your health to eat these." Li Yi introduced the effect and said something to Yao Chong. "Thank you, Li Dongzhu." What else could Yao Chong say? Since the other party had given him the method, he should get it quickly. "Brother Yi, can these two make money?" Li Qingqi asked. He made a lot of money by extracting soybean oil. When it was promoted, other people would also start to extract soybean oil and he would not be able to make much money. The prince's residents also had expenses and wanted to buy good things. It's profitable. In winter, oysters with shells can be preserved for a long time. It's especially profitable. Li Yi nodded. "No." Yao Chong was angry. "How can you let the people benefit for you?" He criticized. Li Qingqi curled his lips. Li Yi couldn't take it anymore. "You're just an old man who came here to eat and drink for free. I even gave you a prescription, and you still want to control what I do. Besides, what do you know?" "Ah, old man, I mean what you said is wrong." Li Yi immediately corrected himself. Yao Chong glared at him. "Little bastard, you dare to scold the Prime Minister? Do you believe that I will arrest you and punish you?" "Uh-huh." Li Longji coughed and changed the subject. "Brother Yi, don't you think it's a waste of manpower and resources? It's not like we're taking it for free. Big brother and I will buy some back first. When there are more people in Chang and who like to eat, and the price is as high as Kunbo, the sea people will naturally get money. The high price of Kunbo lies in the fact that it is not artificially farmed. Harvesting it requires too much manpower. Oysters, see. I call it sea cabbage. These two are easy to get. Soy sauce is expensive. It's not that the cost of soy sauce is high. It's just that there are fewer of them. More people are willing to eat oysters and sea cabbage, and the price will increase accordingly. Apart from fishing and boiling the sea for salt, the sea people will also get more benefits. Li Yi explained the simple supply and demand relationship to Li Longji and the others. If the goods sold well, the people by the sea would earn more money. Yao Chong lowered his head, wishing that he could cover his face with both hands. He understood what Li Yi had said, and it was just as Li Yi had said. Thus, he felt that he was a disgrace. As the Prime Minister, he couldn't differentiate and think of such a small matter. He secretly raised his head and immediately became angry. King Song, what's with your expression? Are you looking down on me? I'll impeach you. Li Qingqi felt the murderous aura and turned his head away, avoiding Yao Chong. Brother Yi is a genius. Li Longji spoke again. Don't make a fuss. Especially Prime Minister Yao, if you fall sick from anger. My brother, he will have to save you. Li Longji was confident that if anyone fell sick in front of Brother Yi would be able to save them. Li Yi said casually, It's just making money. It's just a small matter. What's the big matter? Yao Chong asked. The people are the most important, the country comes second, and the monarch is the least important. Li Yi answered. He continued, Therefore, the people are the most important. For the Tang dynasty, even if I'm rich, it's not as good as hiding my wealth among the people. When the people are rich, the country will be rich. Wealth is not limited to one person. When the people are strong, the country will be strong. Strength is not temporary. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of the wind and rain outside the window could be heard. After a while, Li Longji, who said that he didn't drink, poured himself some wine and held the bowl with both hands. Brother Yi, a toast to you. Li Qingqi hurriedly held his bowl. Brother Yi. Yao Chong took a deep breath and held his bowl with both hands. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi, what are you doing? Is it necessary? What did I say? You guys are overreacting. Thinking of this, he was forced to hold the wine. Everyone toasted each other and gulped down the wine. Li Yi was depressed. I didn't eat much, and you want me to drink until I'm full? I'll wake up in the middle of the night because of hunger. His heart and liver were scratching, and it was very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha! Li Longji held the empty bowl and laughed. Yao Chong also smiled. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. When she was satisfied, she let go and Li Yi tied his hair again. Yao Chong looked at Li Longji with admiration again. Li Qingqi continued to despise Yao Chong. Good, Brother Yi, you're very good. Li Longji was in a good mood. There was a relaxed expression on his face and joy in his eyes. If Li Yi's words were said by someone else, Li Longji would have added a series of question marks behind it. But if Li Yi said it, Li Longji believed it. If a person did not serve the country or the people, why would he throw away so many good things? Third brother, you flatter me. When everyone is rich, I can earn more money. Otherwise, who can I earn money from? Li Yi said modestly. Li Qingqi and Yao Chong continued to drink. Li Longji lowered his head and ate the mutton. The mutton was cold, so the palace made shui. Lu warmed it up. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did they return to their rooms. Li Longji and Empress Wang were doing business. Li Qingqi used the biogas lamp to analyze the things he bought from the beach. Li fell into a deep sleep. Yao Chong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was not because the bed and pillow were uncomfortable, nor was the room too damp. The impact on him was too great. How can there be such a person? He knows everything. Is Zhuge Liang still alive? Is it Yin, Lu Shang, or Guanzhong? No, it should be Fan Li, Zhang Liangji, and Xiao Himu. Yao Chong murmured and thought of a vague position. He was suddenly shocked. Did I give that young man such a high evaluation? The next morning, the rain was lighter. Everyone went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Today there was porridge, steamed buns, pies, wontons, youtiao, soy milk, and tofu pudding. Small salted vegetables of wild vegetables were placed in a row, together with red, fermented bean curd and salted dried tofu. A large group of children, wearing the same clothes and carrying the same school bags, sat together and ate with their heads lowered. They had milk and an extra 100 boiled round egg. Yao Chong looked at the children and felt happy. They were too beautiful. This was hope. When he saw the 100 boiled round egg, Sai the others 8 steamed buns dipped in garlic sauce. Some poured some vinegar. 5 people sat at a rectangular table. The 4 people from the palace ate with their heads lowered. More than a dozen people from the Zhang family's village came to check the wheat that was harvested in the rain yesterday. Seeing that it was dry, 2 people ran back to the village to tell the others the good news. The rest of the people ate in the cafeteria. On the other side were 42 students who had cleaned the cowshed, pigsty, and chicken and duck house early in the morning. All the food was placed there. Whoever ate as much as they wanted. As he watched, Yao Chong, who thought he could remain calm, had tears in his eyes. At this moment his heart was in turmoil, especially when the children finished eating. Each of them held a cartoon umbrella, lined up and sang as they walked out. Yao Chong's tears dripped down. Little boy, carrying a school bag to school, not afraid of the sun, not afraid of the wind and rain. Listening to the song, the students stood up. Those who had classes cupped their fists to their colleagues. It's my turn today. Don't worry, I will teach them well. Let's encourage each other. The others returned the salute. Old man, what do you think? Li Longji asked Yao Chong. The reason why he came to the cafeteria to eat was to see the children's appearance when they went to school. Even if the court was difficult, with the children singing, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yao Chong wiped his tears. The world is always like this. Li Dongzhu, you have the qualifications to be conferred the title of Marquis. Li Yi shook his head. I don't want to be conferred the title of Marquis. I hope Haibo will be peaceful. Chapter 41. After Li Yi spoke, the surroundings became quiet again. Several people looked at Li Yi in a daze, unable to calm down. Everyone didn't know how to express their feelings. They were all thinking about Li Yi's words that he was willing to let more people be rich. Hearing this, they sighed with emotion. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He even used grass ashes and salt to make the wheat moist. Isn't that so? I was on tenterhooks last night. Looking at it today, it's fine. Our village is blessed to be next to the Li family, Zhuangzi. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi will find people to help. Whoever doesn't go will be chased out of the village and removed from their records. They won't be allowed to enter the ancestral grave after death. Yes, they won't be allowed to enter the ancestral grave. The people from the Zhang family village who came to see the situation spoke as they ate. Li Yi trembled in fear. In this era, death was already scary enough. What was even scarier was not being allowed to enter the ancestral grave. Many women would risk their lives to be able to enter the ancestral shrine with their husbands to pay respects to their ancestors. Wives could enter, but concubines couldn't. Concubines could only wipe their tears. Some wives couldn't. The elders wouldn't let them, and they would commit suicide. So, digging up other people's graves and poaching people for practice, once caught, when Li Longji and the others heard this, they weren't afraid. It had nothing to do with them. Instead, they felt that the Zhang family village was right to do this. How much did Brother Yi help you? The things he made were used for nothing. He even braved the heavy rain to harvest wheat for you. He did his own work and materials so that the wheat wouldn't go moldy. The vineyard hired your people, not sent people to watch over them and beat them when they came. The fifth branch's mill still needs to be dismantled and shaved. The ditch is almost flat. It's still too little. Not all stones can be used to chisel and grind. Chiseling and grinding is a skill. If you ask someone to chisel, you'll have to give a lot of wheat. The people from the Zhang family village talked about the mill again. Li Longji suddenly had a bad taste and asked Yao Chong, "Old sir, do you know why we need to use the mill?" Yao Chong returned a bitter look. "What do you mean, your majesty? Last time, I embarrassed myself by threshing. This time you want to embarrass me again? Humph! Do you think I'm stupid? After that day, I specifically asked someone. Haha. Remove the wheat husks." Yao Chong answered with a knowing look. Following that, he continued, "Other than using a stone mill, you can only use a stone jar and a stone pillar. Place the rice and wheat inside and pound them until the husks are removed." "Of course," Li Longji replied with a single word. He didn't make things difficult for Yao Xiang, so there was less fun. Yao Chong was indignant. He rolled his eyes and turned to look at Li Yi. "I heard that Li Dongzhu is always in favor of agriculture. If there is no stone mill, can he make a new divine tool to pound grains?" Yao Chong asked, waiting to see a joke. "Isn't Li Yi very powerful? You can answer whatever they ask you. Come, now that you don't have the money to buy a stone mill and you still want to peel the husks of the rice and wheat, it's your turn. Don't tell me you can't do it, humph." Li Yi was soaking the deep-fried dough sticks in soy milk. Otherwise, the deep-fried dough sticks would be crispy and he would accidentally break his upper jaw. This soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks were a perfect match. Hearing the old man's question, he stopped and turned to look. "Brother Wang San, don't eat first. Please bring me the grain that I made a few days ago. It's the thing made of bamboo, wood, and mud. Also, get some wheat. Ask 2 people to push it. It's tiring to push it alone." The person next to him stood up and rushed out without saying a word. Yao Chong. His head was full of question marks again. What does this mean? You have it. You made it. Bamboo, wood, and mud are enough? Can you do this? You have it when I ask you. I want to fly. Send me to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Empress Wang covered her mouth and laughed. She stretched out her hand and naturally placed it on Li Yi's head and rubbed it. Humph. Li Chengqi's face was facing the canteen at a 45-degree angle, but his eyes were squinting at Yao Chong. His meaning was self-evident. Humph. Yao Chong stared at him. Ha. Li Longji ate the fermented bean curd. He found this new thing delicious. Li Yi tied his hair again. He didn't understand what their expressions meant. After a while, Brother Wang San, who had just gone out, came in with 4 people holding large umbrellas. They pushed something on a flatbed cart. The villagers glanced at it and continued eating. They knew what it was. It was made by Dongzhu. They also knew that they had to give it to others for free. "Dongzhu, everything is here," Brother Wang San reported. "Thank you, Brother Wang San." Li Yi thanked him. He stood up and asked someone to carry the things down from the upper floor. He introduced, "It's hard to find good stone millstones and stone carvings. I used bamboo to form a circle and filled it with soil. Then I placed the wooden pieces like the grooves of the millstone and pressed them into the soil. Press the soil with all your strength. This way, it will become the millstone under the millstone. Make another one. Do the same thing. It will become the millstone above the millstone. When the soil hardens, it will be as good as the millstone. Moreover, with the addition of a connecting rod, one person can push and pull it. This thing is called a grain husk. It doesn't need to be so big to grind wheat. This is made bigger to grind rice better. This thing is called a husk. It takes some time to make. It needs to be dry before it can be used. The other kind is simple. It is called a wood husk. It is directly made of wood and is good for soldiers on the march. A wood husk can only grind very dry rice or wheat. A husk can grind wet rice or wheat. Generally, a stone husk can grind out 200 stones of rice or wheat before it spoils. A wood husk can only be used by people with strength. A woman with a husk can also be used by weak people. Li Yi's words were not so polite. He said it for the people in the Zhang family's village to hear. After that, the people in the Zhuangzi village put the wheat grains into the basket above. There was a hole in the basket to let the wheat grains flow down. One person stood there and stretched his arm forward and back. The connecting rod rotated around the whole basket. The wheat husks separated from the wheat kernels and came out from the gap. Not long after, a pile of wheat husks were removed. The person pushed and pushed. It was not tiring at all. It was even easier than the millstone. There should be a rope hanging from the top. It doesn't need much strength to push. Li Yi pointed at a place on the push rod and said, "The ground chaff or bran doesn't need to be spread out. It can be blown with a fan cart. It was used in the Western Han Dynasty, but I didn't see it now, so I made it. The ground chaff can be poured into the fan cart. The fan cart will rotate and the bran will be blown out. Two of the two can be used, so you can use the foot cart and the water wheel." Li Qingqi answered excitedly. Yao Chong wiped his sweat. He had a lot to say in his heart. In other words, it was F*CK, from threshing, shelling, and blowing the dust, everything will be integrated when it reaches the river. If you can't find the river, you can use the foot to step on it. Young Dongzhu, do you have to be so ruthless? The people in the Zhang family's village were stunned. There was no need for a millstone. It was just a toy. Anyone could grind it. The people in the Zhuangzi village took a look and ate their own food. Was there a need to think about the things made by Dongzhu? It was guaranteed to be good. Who is the owner of this place? There was nothing that he couldn't make. We have toothpaste and toothbrushes. You don't know that when you brush, there will be a lot of bubbles, right? Big brother, third brother, I have drawn the blueprint. Bring the real thing back and help me promote it. Li Yi turned his head and said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, this thing was from the Heavenly Works, Keifu. There were pictures and words. They just needed to follow them. Li Longji walked around the table and stood in front of Li Yi. Suddenly he reached out, picked up Li Yi and spun him around. He spun him 5 times in a row before putting him down. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder and touched his head. Brother, Yi, do you know what this set of tools means? It means that we are still far from the combined harvester. Li Yi was confused and mumbled. Yes, it's a good name. Combined harvester. Li Longji took it out of context. Li Dongzhu, a person in the Zhang family's village, said to Li Yi carefully. Li Yi was shocked. Don't kneel. I will teach you. Then I will make it by the river. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can grind it there. If you kneel, I won't give it to you. Chapter 42. The people of Zhuangzi of the Zhang family were also shocked. They stood there and looked at Li Yi. They had mixed feelings now. The good stuff was in front of them, but whether they could get it or not depended on Dongzhu's words. Yao Chong kept sighing. He was not sighing because he did not make things difficult for Li Yi. He was sighing for the people of the Tang dynasty. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, they had been using many things of the previous dynasty, including the imperial examination and farming techniques. Later, the imperial examination was abandoned. There was a Xiucai subject. They were recommended by qualified people in the local area and then went to Chang and to take a separate examination. It did not matter whether the questions were difficult or not. The important thing was that the examiner deliberately made things difficult. Once the recommended person did not pass the examination, the person who recommended would have to take the blame. So later, when the local area wanted to recommend someone, they had to know who would be the chief examiner. After many changes, the Xiucai subject was completely abandoned in the end. A channel to skip the grade selection was gone. There was a lack of education, and there was no need to say much about farming. What the previous dynasty used, the people now used the same. They did not know how to make good things. The Sinangsi and the Ministry of Works became decorations. The Ministry of Works repaired the river, and the Sinangsi was in a mess. No one knew what they were doing all day. At the most difficult time, a young Dongzhu appeared. The curved plow, the magical tool for reaping wheat, the magical tool for threshing, and the amazing thing that replaced the stone mill today. The young man also said that there was a fan cart. People in the Western Han used it. Then why did no one take it out? Why did no one know about such good things? Did the Sinongsi want to die? Yao Chong felt that he had missed a lot. He was old. If he had done it a few years earlier, make it later and put it by the river, the people in the village will have to work harder to carry the wheat. Li Yi said to the people in the Zhang family's village, gently. The people in the Zhang family's village all nodded with tears in their eyes. They wanted to cry. For many years, every time the farming season was busy, someone would fall ill from exhaustion. They would die if they found an ordinary doctor. It was very difficult to find a doctor, let alone a doctor. In fact, those who died from exhaustion were sick and had to drag their sick bodies to work in the field, until one of them fell down and could no longer stand up. There was no need for that in the future. He had a whole set of good stuff to use. I'll go back and tell them not to worry anymore. One of the villagers didn't even bother to eat. He shouted and ran into the rain without even putting on his straw raincoat. At this time, the villagers who were eating were no longer dissatisfied, because when they saw the people of the Zhang clan's village crying, they also felt uncomfortable. They were all farmers. Wasn't it just because Dongzhu brought out something good? It wasn't like they were waiting for someone else. Seeing how others were suffering, how could they not use it? It was all bitter and difficult. The nearby villagers who were eating stood up and comforted the people of the Zhang family village. The bitter days are over. Don't cry, smile. Dongzhu made a lot of these things. When the weather clears up, take them to the Ba River, connect them to the water wheel, and use them freely. Don't cry. The villager comforted the villagers, but as he spoke, he began to cry. Then everyone in the cafeteria wiped away their tears. They thought of their previous lives, which were simply inhumane. Li Longji stood there, his fists tightly clenched. This was his world. The people cried because of a new tool. It could be seen how difficult it was in the past. Singing and dancing? Haha. Li Yi's expression was calm because he knew that everyone's life would be better in the future. What was the use of crying now? It was better to think about what better things there were. For example, the Chinese medicine prescriptions in the future. If they didn't have it now, they could take it out and spread it to the Imperial Physician Department. There were many Chinese medicine. Although it wasn't as fast as Western medicine, it could cure diseases. Whoever dared to say that Chinese medicine was useless, he would slap them. Useless? Whenever there was a mass disease, Chinese medicine was always at the most critical position. Even the United Nations didn't dare to say that Chinese medicine was useless. He waited for everyone to cry for a while and vent their emotions. He said, sit down and relax. Don't be in a hurry to eat. Think about the good things in the future. The villagers were obedient. They wiped their tears and sat down. One by one, they were really thinking about their happy lives in the future. Some people actually laughed out loud as they thought about it. The people in the Zhang family's village stopped crying and circled around the mill. They reached out and carefully touched it. They put wheat grains on it and pushed it. Sure enough, there was still some strength left. They could push bigger dolls and women. The stone mill was very heavy. Without animals, they could only rely on people to grind it. They couldn't grind much in a day. The key was that this thing could be connected to the water wheel. The water wheel rotated without anyone controlling it. Baby, weave a basket and put the soil in it. Use wood to embed grooves for the mill. Good skill. Later, the village will set up a longevity tablet and worship it every day. The leader of the villagers had a smile on his face. Then, he wanted to set up a memorial tablet for Li Yi. Li Longji was jealous. He was happy when he heard the tributes, but he knew that it was Brother Yi's credit. The people in other places didn't know who did it, but the Zhang family's village saw it. When Li Yi heard that he wanted to set up a memorial tablet for him, the first person he thought of was the emperor. He quickly waved his hand. Don't set up any memorial tablet. If I do, I won't let you use it. Yao Chong nodded. Yes, don't set it up. I don't have anyone to set it up for me. A young man from Zhuangzi is eating incense in Dongzhu. Can you bear it? No, Li Dongzhu said no, then we won't set it up. The people in the village miss you every day. The people in the Zhang family's village immediately changed their words. Don't miss me. My ears are uncomfortable. Li Yi refused again. He changed the topic. How about you raise chickens? There are bran. The weather is hot and there is a lot of grass. I have chickens and ducks. How much for one? The villagers knew that Zhuangzi had a flock of chickens and ducks. There were also people in the village who raised them. It was just a few. It's free. Li Yi was generous again. How can that be? The villagers didn't agree. The farmers didn't eat. Look, they supported the villagers. Yes, they couldn't give it for free. If they gave too much, it would be hatred. If they couldn't repay the favor, it would be hatred. If they didn't give anything in the future, it would still be hatred. Li smiled. When I said it's free, I'm not giving it for free. Help me raise the chickens and ducks. If they die, bring them back to me. If they lay eggs, give me one of them. You can keep the other one. I have a way to raise insects. It can be fed to chickens and ducks. If they lay more eggs and the eggshells are not soft, the chickens and ducks will grow faster. Li Yi first mentioned the conditions and then the method. Raising chickens to eat insects. You can even raise insects? The villagers were surprised. Yao Chong scratched his head and looked at Li Longji. Sure enough, Her Majesty looked over and seemed to be asking, Yuanji, do you know how to do it? Yao Chong lowered his head. Why should I know how to do it? There are so many things in the world. Can I know everything? Your Majesty, find someone and ask who. Ali doesn't count. Who can know everything? Sit down and eat. The people in Zhuangzi said, We have already raised insects. They are easy to manipulate. I will teach them to you later. At this moment, the farmers were willing to give them a solution because they had to bring back half of the eggs that the chickens and ducks laid. The villagers went back and looked at the rain outside through the open door. They slowly ate. A ray of sunlight shone in at this time. The sky was about to clear up. Chapter 43. Li Yi did not stand under the sun. He did not need to elevate himself so much. His purpose was simple, to increase his lifespan. He wanted to turn the entire Zhang village into his development base. Zhuangzi was still too small. 1,000 mu of land was not enough to do anything. The Zhang village was big. The mulberry forest, jujube forest, hemp field, courtyard, and dry land could be used. In other people's eyes, there was so much land that they could not finish the work. In Li Yi's eyes, there was a big development. If the officials wanted the people to do something, it would take a lot of effort. There were elders in the village to stop them. The old men were very powerful. If it was him, it would not be a problem. With such a big benefit, the villagers were confident. If he asked them to cut down the trees, they would dare. As for raising chickens and ducks, it was calculated by the ratio of input to output. The calculation of input must include the cost of labor. Labor had to be idle to raise. Li Yi wanted to find out how many laborers there were in the Zhang village and what they did on a daily basis. Reasonably allocating human resources was a science. In the process of mobilization, they would be given wages according to their work. Li Longji and the others did not know that Li Yi had a big plan. They asked Li Yi to sit back and eat. They prepared to go back later with a grain and a set of blueprints. Naturally, they would continue to send to the 22 counties of the capital. 2 oxen carrying the pole became 1 oxen dragging the plow. Then they would use lime water breeding, phosphate stone, and a new composting method to make the crops grow better. Harvesting tools like dustpans were used for harvesting. Threshers were used to beat grains. At present, the cereal in the canteen was shelled and blown into the air. The whole set, from planting to processing after harvesting, was not lacking. It was too considerate. The people who were farming suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This year, it was used in the capital. Next year, it would spread to a large area. In the future, the whole Tang dynasty would probably use this set of things. There were businessmen among them who would help spread the word. The imperial court ordered the local officials to teach the people how to do it. Good days were coming. They were in a good mood and felt that the food was delicious. Then Yao Chong ate the fried dough sticks and ate the porridge. The fried dough sticks were hard and crispy, and they pierced his upper jaw. This thing is not good. If older people eat it, it's easy to get sick. Yao Chong said to Li Yi, and also let Li Yi see the blood on the deep-fried dough stick he was holding. Li Yi picked up his youtiao and soaked it in the soy milk. He took a bite and looked at Yao Chong. This old man is willing to eat porridge. Yao Chong glared at him. Li Yi sighed. He didn't want to lower himself to the old man's level, so he got up and returned to his courtyard. Not long after, he returned with a medical kit. He opened it and took out a pair of forceps and a laryngoscope. He looked for the angle of sunlight and said, "Old man, open your mouth. Let me take a look." Yao Chong opened his mouth under everyone's gaze. Li Yi reached in with the mirror and the tweezers. The upper jaw was broken, and the tweezers tore off the broken skin around it. Then he used a small ball of absorbent cotton to wipe it, sprayed it with watermelon frost, and applied a mouth patch. "Eat it. I'll pack some of this medicine for you. Rinse your mouth after dinner. Take off the patch and apply this medicine." Li Yi poured out some watermelon frost and wrapped it with paper. Yao Chong licked the upper jaw with his tongue. It was numb and cool. It didn't hurt anymore. "I'll eat some more. It's fine. Oh, how can this be? It's so magical. Old man, how's my brother Yi's medical skills?" Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong with the same contemptuous expression. Yao Chong didn't want to talk to Li Chengqi, but he still told the truth. Compared to too many doctors. He wanted to say that the Imperial Physician Bureau reacted quickly. At the same time, he had decided to eat according to Li Yi's instructions and bask in the sun as soon as he got home. It wasn't like he hadn't broken his mouth before. When the Imperial Physician came to see him, it would take a few days for him to recover. How could it be compared to this? What medicine? It didn't hurt anymore after being sprayed and applied. It was simply amazing. Good stuff. These things. Li Yi looked at the old man's eyes and put the tools and medicine into the box as fast as he could. He exchanged these things for the children in Zhuangzi. Children would always accidentally hurt themselves and lack all kinds of vitamins. Ulcers in the mouth, swollen and painful gums, ulcerated corners of the mouth, blisters on the tongue, and mechanical damage of the oral mucosa. Usually the children endured it by themselves. When the gums were swollen, it was called teething. When the swelling was too big and there was pus, they would prick it with a sewing needle and then press hard with their little hands. Needless to say, there would be lumps on both sides of the mouth. After being scratched, there would be more. After being scratched, the lumps would not grow well. Li Yi didn't want to make the children suffer for such a small problem, so he dealt with it easily. Then he looked at the children's symptoms and judged which vitamins they lacked. He would adjust them with food. For example, this winter, some children in Zhuangzi had chapped lips. They could apply glycerin. It was the same for their hands and faces. They could be washed with soap and applied with glycerin. "Change a bowl of soy milk for me." Yao Chong chose to compromise. He wanted to eat the youtiao, but he was afraid that other parts of his mouth would be damaged. No one paid attention to him. The villagers didn't care. If he ate it for free, who would drink the porridge? Li Yi said helplessly, "Sir, the porridge is very thin. It's the same as boiling porridge." "Yes, why can't you hold your chopsticks for the porridge in your village?" Yao Chong found a reason to blame Li Yi. "Because Zhuangzi has staple food. There's only porridge for disaster relief. There's nothing else. Naturally, I have to hold my chopsticks." Li Yi pointed at the youtiao with his chopsticks. It wasn't porridge. Why did it have to be so dry? Yao Chong didn't say anything. He picked up the youtiao and stuffed it into the porridge with force. He wanted to vent his anger. Li Chengqi also ate porridge, but he chose steamed buns as the staple food. Li Yi specially named all kinds of food and pasted them everywhere. Otherwise, the steamed buns would be called cake. All the noodles would be called cake. Steamed buns were called cake. Steamed dumplings were also cake. Baked buns were called sesame seed cakes, whether it was baked steamed buns or baked pies. Steamed buns, noodles, wontons, boiled dumplings, dough slices, and lump soup were cooked in water. Fried in oil were called pancakes. They were different from pancakes. Pancakes usually used meat oil. There was no vegetable oil. There was only soybean oil. There was rapeseed oil, which was usually used to light lamps and as medicine. Sesame oil could be fried, but ordinary people couldn't afford it. Li Yi felt awkward and divided them separately. Steamed buns were steamed buns. Steamed buns were steamed buns. Fried buns were fried buns. Pies were pies. Wontons could be called wontons, and noodles must be noodles. This is delicious, Yao Chong, who had compromised with the porridge, said while eating the fermented bean curd. Li Yi ate his own food. If it's delicious, then eat it. Yao Chong waited for Li Yi to reply, but he didn't respond. He continued to take deep breaths and didn't get angry. After panting for a while, he felt much better and asked, "Is there any more food with red on the outside and white on the inside?" Li Yi replied while chewing. "This old man wants to take some away. What are you going to do about it?" Yao Chong asked. He felt that His Majesty, the Empress, and King Song were all eating for free. As the Prime Minister, taking some food was giving them face. Li Yi didn't care about the old man's face. He said, 1 yuan is 100 coins. 20 yuan a jar. The jar cost is calculated separately. How about 60 copper coins? Yao Chong raised his head and looked at the other tables. Almost everyone was taking a piece. 100 coins? Zhuangzi's people are really rich. How much is the cost? Yao Chong wanted to bargain and talk about the cost. Without cost, it's worthless. Therefore, I'll sell it for 100 coins a yuan. Li Yi raised his chin. Why do you care about my cost? I got it for free. I'm willing to sell it for 100 coins. Yao Chong stared at Li Yi and pursed his lips. He looked as if he didn't love him anymore. Brother, Yi, give me a few jars and bring them back to eat. Li Qingqi seized the opportunity. Okay, give big brother, third brother, and sister-in-law 100 jars first. Let me know after I finish eating. Li Yi agreed readily. It's just fermented bean curd. It's made from tofu. The cost is about the same as soy sauce. Yao Chong continued to use his chopsticks to shove the deep-fried dough sticks into the porridge bowl. He ate half of the fermented bean curd in one gulp and quickly drank the porridge. It's too salty. Chapter 44. The sky was completely clear. Li Longji and the others finished their meal and took the clay carton and the blueprints with them. Yao Chong found an excuse and ran away with them. 100 jars of fermented bean curd, 20 yuan per jar. Yao Chong was given 5 jars on the way. He held 1 jar in his hand and shook his head. Profiteer! You can obviously make bigger jars to hold more, but you insist on using small jars. Li Qingqi couldn't stand others speaking ill of Li Yi. He emphasized, 1 jar for 1,000 yuan. You have to open the lid and take it out. It will mess up the red side of the jar and spoil the red side of the jar. Li Qingqi said red side, but Li Yi didn't call it fermented bean curd. He was afraid that others would guess the raw material from the name. 1 jar for 100 yuan is fine. 1 yuan for 2 win. Yao Chong was still angry. He found that he liked the taste and texture of fermented bean curd very much and wanted to buy more. However, he couldn't afford to buy 100 yuan per jar. Li Longji didn't pay attention to the two. His mind was immersed in the clay carton. He held 2 blueprints in his hand, one for clay carton and the other for wood carton. Li Yi said that it was easy to make wood carton in war, but it could be used to grind rice and wheat. It needed strong soldiers to operate it. It was made on the spot and then quickly removed the carton. The army couldn't directly carry shellless rice grains, as it was not easy to store them. If there were cavalry and livestock, they had to be fed. It was a good time to remove the shells and feed them with bran and chaff. At this moment, Li Longji wished that all the farmers in the Tang dynasty could use this set of farming tools in the blink of an eye. Li Yi, a proud son of heaven. Li Longji sighed as he recalled all the things that had happened to him. Yao Chong heard and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he pursed his lips and looked at the sky. Li Qingqi chuckled. Does Prime Minister Yao feel indignant? Farming, education, no. Yao Chong said frankly. Then what is it? Li Qingqi asked knowingly. You, King Song, are the eldest brother of His Majesty. How can you take the possessions of a junior for nothing? Yao Chong was infuriated. Don't you know what King Song has done previously? Qingqi doesn't dare to agree with Prime Minister Yao's words. How can it be taken for free? Have you seen anyone stirring up trouble in the village? Li Qingqi raised his chin. He continued, even you, Prime Minister Yao, know that soy sauce, red square, and 100 boiled round eggs are delicious and expensive. Do you think other people won't be tempted? Li Qingqi made it clear that he was the one who used all kinds of connections to protect Li Yi's Zhuangzi. I can do that too, Yao Chong argued. Tisk. Li Qingqi turned his head away in disdain. Li Longji didn't want to listen to these two people bickering, so he said, when we go back, I hope you can order the Agriculture Bureau to deal with the Tu Wu. I understand. Yao Chong's expression was solemn. Young Dong Zhu had given away the good stuff for free. If it wasn't promoted well, someone would lose their head. At this moment, Li Yi's people on Zhuangzi's mountain started to get busy while the weather was fine. In the paddy field, a group of people pushed the paddy horses to transport the rice seedlings. Li Yi asked someone to make oil clothes, but no one wore them. They didn't ride on the paddy horses to transplant rice seedlings either. They thought it was too slow. Wearing only boxers, they quickly bent over and planted rice seedlings in the paddy field. The people on Zhuangzi's mountain moved the wheat that had been soaked in the rain to the Ba River and used the Tu Wu to quickly remove the husks. They were going to eat this part of the wheat seedlings. Li Yi ran back to his courtyard, closed 3 doors, and entered the cadaver storage room. He took out the tools and practiced according to the contents of the book. A few days passed like this. May 23rd. The 42 students on Zhuangzi's mountain found other students to practice again. Simple winding corridors, small bridges, and flowing water had been completed. The water from the north flowed into the imperial plantation and then flowed down to Zhuangzi's mountain. This water was used for the Winding Water Festival to be held today. The water they ate on weekdays was from the 5 wells on Zhuangzi's mountain. They used tangerine to fetch water. The tangerine was a lever. There was a weight behind it and a bucket connected by a rope in front. When people were drawing water, they grabbed the rope and pulled down. When the bucket was filled with water, they let go and the bucket was pulled up. By using the force of lifting water to push it down, it was easier for people to use force. There was also the participation of the body's weight. Otherwise, they had to use a pulley and slowly shake it, or they could directly tie the bucket with a rope. There was a round hole at the bottom of the bucket and a piece of leather on the hole. When the bucket entered the well, the bottom fell first. The water flushed the leather open, and the water flowed into the bucket. When it was lifted up, the leather closed, and the water couldn't go out. Of course, there were gaps. A small amount of water would still flow out. It was like a one-way valve. This function was also used on the tangerine. It wasn't a sealed wooden bucket that swayed on the water surface in the well to fill up with water. The small change in Zhuangzi's method of drawing water from the well had been spread out. Others could understand it as soon as they saw it. Li Yi waited for the people over there to arrive. He stood next to a well and pondered. Pressure wells need pipes and seals before water can be drawn up. In the past, the wells in the countryside used rubber seals and a one-way valve. What should I use instead of rubber? Li recalled the wells used in the countryside. They were all sealed with the valve made by his family. He cut the skin of the inner tube of the wheel and clamped it between two iron plates. An iron rod passed through and connected them. I wonder if bare leather will work? Li planned to use leather to seal it instead of rubber. The water pipe was easy to make. He used cast iron pipes. Thinking of this, he went back to the yard to draw. He didn't even need to buy the technology from the system. He knew how to do it. When the drawing was done, he went out to look for the supervisor, Songda. After asking around, he saw Songda at the construction site. Dongju, you came at the right time. The soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs didn't sell well today. The price was too low. They didn't bid. Songda was very angry. He took out the soy sauce. When one person in the group shouted a price, the others didn't say anything. Li laughed. Colluding? Colluding. Yes, Dongju. They are colluding. Songda agreed. Then he looked at Li expectantly. He knew that Dongju always had a good way to solve the problem. Sell it tomorrow. Tell them that there are only 100 caddies of soy sauce. If the price is not high, sell it to them the day after tomorrow. Make the spiced tea eggs as well. Don't make so much tonight. Li looked calm. If they want to share 200 caddies of soy sauce, then 100 caddies. You businessmen and rich people continue to collude. Let's see who can't hold on. Is there any other way? Songda took note of this and asked again. Secret bidding. Ask each of them to write down how much they are willing to pay and put it in a sealed box. Only tell them the highest price. The rest will be negotiated secretly. Li gave another idea. What if they also discuss it in advance? Songda didn't understand. If they discuss it in advance, they will give the highest price of 5,000 caddies. When you shout, say that the highest price is 6,000 caddies. Then we won't sell it. Li explained. Songda instantly understood. When people colluded like this, they would suspect that the other party was willing to pay a high price. In an instant, the alliance would be broken. He was in a good mood. Dongju was indeed Dongju. He was so powerful. Steward Song, find a craftsman to make it. Li handed the blueprint of the pressure-pumping well to Songda. Songda flipped through 2 pages and frowned. Dongju, is this an item to fetch water? Yes. Li nodded. Why is it so troublesome? We have a well. Songda didn't understand. We are afraid that children will secretly fetch water and drop it into the well. Children can still play with this item. Li smiled. He imagined a child lying on the arm of the well, using his weight to pressure the water and jumping around. Songda also smiled. His smile was warm. Chapter 45. The sky was green, and the flowing water was flowing. The grass was fluffy, and the breeze blew. The students were happy. The sun rose higher and higher, and the invited students rushed to Zhuangzi. There were more people today than last time. Last time, those with status did not come. If they did not come, there was no soy sauce. When they wanted to eat soy sauce, they could not afford it. When the 42 students were invited, they whispered that there were gifts. The students with higher status could not help but show their faces. Brother Donglai, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Do you have a poem? The students greeted each other. The one who wrote the poem about the 2 ducks was asked again. The person nodded. I have a poem about a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Donglai, please recite it. The people around were ready, and the flattery began. The man took a deep breath and recited. A little chick chirps chirps. 2 little chicks fight to eat rice. Li, who had just rushed over to meet everyone, was speechless. He expressed his admiration. This person called Donglai was amazing. 2 times so many people, and he remembered him. He had a deep impression. The students bowed to Li. Today, Li was treating them to barbecue skewers. There were slaughtered sheep and chicken. There were no chicken heads, chicken necks, chicken claws, or chicken wings. They were all braised and left for the children as snacks. There were also dried eggs and hairy eggs. When they were incubating, some of them could not be incubated. After incubating for a few days, they could not be exposed to light. These were dried eggs. When they were incubating, some chicks died. These were hairy eggs. Many people could not accept it, but there were some who liked it. They were boiled and roasted. There were no living germs. Li Yi exchanged for 5 caddies of chili powder for the students to dip in. There are also spicy noodles and chili oil. They can only be found in Zhuangzi, Lidongju. You can't get them outside. The students who came last time saw the seasoning and told the newcomers. Soy sauce was expensive and could be bought. This was very spicy and no one was selling it. A newcomer heard that there was something delicious in Zhuangzi. When he saw it, he stretched out his finger and dipped it into his mouth. Ah, ha, hoo! After a few breaths, this person started to stick out his tongue and breathe out. Drink water. Don't be afraid. Rinse your mouth with water and it won't be spicy anymore. The student who had just introduced him quickly taught him what to do. Li Yi shook his head and left. He did not want to play with them and went back to study with the cadaver. Poetry was not of much use to him. His medical skills were more important. Once the host left, the students relaxed. They no longer had to watch Li Yi flatter him alone. When the students of the Zhang family's village got the news, they first sent 2 people to inquire about the situation. When he went back, he found out that so-and-so had come as well. Therefore, a group of people came uninvited, but no one chased them away anyway. The utensils used to play Chu Shui Go were all prepared, and the students who felt that they had enough literary talent and a high alcohol tolerance began to look for seats. Then they realized that something was missing. When he thought about it again, he suddenly realized that there were no beautiful women. Wouldn't it be better if there was a woman here? She played the guqin, played the pipa, and used her beautiful voice to sing poems written by others. It was a pity that no one had made any arrangements for them. Apart from a few outstanding students, the rest were all miserable. They did not have literary talent, nor did they have money. If not for Li Yi being rich, they would not be able to afford a place for hundreds of people to interact with. Now they were roasting and eating by themselves. As they were eating, 2 farmers pushed a flatbed cart over. They stopped at a place where the wind was blowing. There was a stove on the cart, a pot on it, and a flatboard beside it. The 2 of them poured oil into the pot, took it out of the box, and waited. When the oil was hot, they used bamboo tongs to throw things into the oil pot to fry. A part of it was fried and placed on a tray. The other part was placed on the flatboard, and a small brush brushed the juice on it. Try it, Dongju's good food. The farmer carried the tray and walked towards the students. At this moment, the wind changed direction. Ayo, what is this? Ugh, it stinks beyond compare. My head hurts, I feel dizzy. I can't. The students who were swept by the wind were in a complete mess. They all dodged and ran out of the range. Some looked up at the sky and doubted life. It smells bad, but it tastes good. Everyone try it. The farmer advised. Eat, you'll know after 1 bite. Don't run. Everyone shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Was this something that humans could eat? It would kill them. Seeing that no one was willing to accept it, 42 students stood out. They could not let Dongju's food go to waste. A student closed his eyes and took a small bite. Then, delicious this taste. I can't describe it. It tastes good. The more I chew it, the better it tastes. He reported to everyone. Another student followed suit. After eating one, he felt that it was not enough and went to eat the one with the juice. It's incomparably wonderful. How can there be such a miraculous thing? It smells bad but tastes good. He also expressed his opinion. In a moment, the 42 students were all eating. After eating one, they ate another. The others observed their expressions and did not see that they were faking it. Finally, someone could not help but be tempted. He walked around the smell and took a bite with a heroic look. Come and try it. That's right. I've never eaten such a thing. More people came forward and praised after eating. Soon, the 2 trays of fried stinky tofu were finished. Those who did not eat it urged the farmer to fry it again. The stinky tofu that was specially made to be fried was continuously thrown into the wok. As for the juice that was applied, it was the juice of a different kind of stinky tofu. There were also bits of stinky tofu paste inside. The former was a snack, and the latter was a pickled vegetable. It was the same as fermented tofu. The stench pervaded the air. The students avoided the smell and the wind, but they loved to eat it. My family's Dongju said that we can't eat too much. 2 pieces per person is enough. Another farmer said, when you go back there will be 50 pieces of fried, oddly fragrant tofu, and a small jar of 20 pieces of green square tofu. There is juice inside. The students' eyes lit up. They had waited so long. The last time they came, they had taken away soy sauce. Today there was something new. That soy sauce was hard to find nowadays. It seemed that the oddly fragrant tofu and green square tofu would not be cheap in the future. There are so many interesting things in the mortal world, but I never knew the harmony between the odor and fragrance. Finally, I saw a green and white object, hiding the 2 elements of elegance. Someone immediately sang a song and praised it. I'll give you an extra 10 pieces of fried tofu. The farmer quickly gave him 10 pieces of stinky tofu. The other students understood that writing poems and songs was fine. Then they would take a lot of things. The space was immediately filled with joy and the stench. At this time, Li Yi was performing surgery on the cadaver. He did not have an assistant, and he could not find one in a short time. Everything had to be done by himself. More auxiliary tools were brought out to help support him. Wrong. If you cut like this, the patient will die. Do it again. Li Yi was performing a rushed suture. Without an assistant, there was no blood in the corpse, so he could only understand during the process of the operation. System, can I exchange for a surgical video? Li Yi asked silently. The system displayed a page, and various surgical videos appeared. Each of them was marked with the lifespan to exchange for. Li looked at them. The minimum was 0, 24 hours, and the maximum was 30 hours. Not much. Li Yi felt that it was cheap because his lifespan was 26,607. 4.